7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, a program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And why don't you just sit in and watch it today, Doug, at youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can interact with the Michelob Ultra chat where the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer says, gents.
Okay. Well, you want me to watch it on YouTube, so I guess it would make sense if I sit here on the show and look up at a monitor on YouTube of us talking. That's how I should consume this product?
That's correct.
Okay.
Just sign in. That way we get credit for it.
No.
Oh, all right. If I knew how, I would.
Run TMC 50 has just posted what I gather is breaking news. I didn't see this, Jackson. Joey Ladorti dropped Bazzori to a 7 seed, and they'll be in Cleveland taking on Whaler. Is that correct?
Whaler.
Have you looked at the updated Blackatology?
Yeah.
How would there be something new since last night?
Yeah.
Nothing
Because
happened.
they're making it up. They're making it all up.
I think this time of year, doesn't he crank them out more often? Isn't there?
It was updated this morning at 1:44.
But what happened last night that would change where it was yesterday?
Closer look at the metrics.
Caleb
All right,
Grill won
I will
6th man
throw.
of the year in the SEC. I'm trying to confirm as we speak. There's 68 teams in this tournament, and so I'm looking through
This
that.
is
list.
a-
Yeah,
this is a
7 seed
delay
against
tactic. I don't know if you
7 seed
recognize it.
against Baywa.
They are a 7 seed against Baywa.
And if they-
Thank you, Run TMC 50.
And if they were to beat Baywa, they would take on either Central Connecticut or Michigan State. Tommy Izzo.
Oh, Tommy Izzo. Not happy with the Michigan players, not let his players kiss the floor. Eddie Slatzig.
Dusty May.
And that means Illinois is now a lower seed, better seed,
I got
higher
them as a
seed.
6 seed.
They're a 6 seed
They're
in this
playing-
tournament against Vanderbilt.
Doug, they're going to Milwaukee.
We don't
It's
know
kind
where
of
they're
nice for the
going.
folks in Champaign. That's an easy drive.
But we don't know where
Well, no,
they're
according
going.
to the bracketology. And if they win, they'd play Buzz Williams. That means they put Buzz back in Milwaukee, where he left and kind of pissed off the Marquette people. Take the three-piece
to go to Virginia
suit.
Tech?
Yes.
What was that about?
And took a pay cut.
What was that about? I actually have to tell you, I'm curious. Doug, this is a moment for me.
Okay, a moment for Tim, as opposed to the rest
Yeah,
of
as
the
opposed
show.
to the last 21 years.
Martin, answer Timmy's question. So in 2014, Buzz apparently had been sideways with the athletic director, just wasn't on the same page. Got the AD fired at Marquette. So everybody said, okay,
wow.
wow. So he's got all the juice. Not allegedly.
Yeah.
Let's say allegedly. And then he gets the AD fired, and then he leaves anyway. Just said he wasn't happy and goes to
Wow.
Virginia Tech, of all places, took a pay cut just to get out, and then ultimately got the A&M. He's a great coach. Obviously, he's a great coach. But do you think the tourney
Jackson
is
just buzzed you.
doing that on purpose? Sending
What was the
Buzz
buzz
back to
about?
Milwaukee.
Buzz Williams.
I got it.
We're talking about Buzz Williams. I figured a nice little buzz.
All right, we're back.
Did you take your Adderall today?
I'm going to be
That
nice.
was a stunning moment on this presentation. Doug, the listeners, they cycle on, they cycle off.
Sure
If you're
they
in
do.
your car at 7 o'clock, there's a good chance you're not able to listen at 9:30, although we appreciate the TMA listeners who listen for all 4 hours, all while passionately supporting the program throughout all 4 hours. Jackson just did a head nod. I caught it out of the corner of my eye.
SIUE's playing Quinnipiac. I don't know.
Is it Quinnipiac or Quinnipiac?
Quinnipiac.
Are they going
That's
to do a
how you
poll?
say it.
Are they the pollsters, Quinnipiac? They'd have to be.
I just called him Quinnipiac, so I'm not sure if I'm really the expert.
At 9:30, Jackson, per a question from Martin, acknowledged that he had not taken his medication, and it became clear how impactful the medication is. Is this something that regularly
Well,
happens?
I wouldn't say that I then turn into some sort of dullard if I'm not.
No.
dullard.
But you are more effective and dialed in when
Yeah.
you're on your.
100%. 100%.
But I had never known when you're not on it. So how often are you not on it?
Any day I'm not working.
Okay.
Any day, no.
But I mean, we've worked together for 5 years. How often does this happen?
The first 3 years I was never on it. And then.
Oh, really?
This is pretty recent I've gotten back on it.
Huh.
Yeah. I want to be more effective. And there's more responsibility in my job as the year's gone on, as it normally does. And, so if I'm prescribed it, might as well take it.
Amen.
I just had to tell that
That was a good read.
You
It wasn't
just
even on my radar.
We're very tight, and I just couldn't tell. But I said something is just a tick off. I wasn't sure. So I had to ask. And I wasn't trying to be rude. Like you say to your friend, geez, you're off your meds today. You can say it sarcastically.
I took no offense to it.
I meant it in just genuine curiosity.
Yeah, I took no offense.
But it was a fun turn for the show.
It was a hell of a development. Should have pulled Addie Free Jackson into a 3-hour QFTA yesterday. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. Jackson, would that have been right up your alley? That would have been a problem.
No, not on Monday. 3 hours on
Monday's a bad day for QFTA?
a 3-hour QFTA on the
No,
Monday.
I agree
Yeah,
with
that's
that. The QFTAs are going to start to get more and more brief as the weather gets better and better and better. And speaking of which, I spent approximately 3 hours yesterday at Family Golf and Learning Center.
Oh, did you?
And you go, wow, you're really committed to your game. I might have swung the club about 10 times. In a Norman Rockwell vision, but parents can relate to this, I would imagine. You think something's going to be beautiful with your children, and then the actual execution of said event is the complete opposite, Doug. Martin, I would imagine you have experienced this. Many of the listeners have experienced this. Thought it's a beautiful day. Take my 7-year-old and my 3-year-old to Family Golf. We'll go out there, give my wife some time to enjoy the silence. Depeche Mode, was that 1990?
I don't know the year. I don't know the year.
I think it might have been 89.
Really?
We're going to split the
I'm
difference?
going to go 90, and then I get 89
I
and
think it might have
91.
been 90.
Is it 90? Yeah, I feel like I was at the University High School then.
Before 91, that's the only
to
thing I'm
U-High
sure
on the win last night over Seckman, by the way. So we go there, and individually, they're fine, but when they're together, all hell's breaking loose. I can't get the 3-year-old to leave. He starts throwing golf balls and his club.
Well, sure.
Then the 7-year-old is baiting him. And at this point now, I feel like I'm going to get blackballed from Family Golf. And I don't know if they have a board meeting where they get together and they kick out people at Family Golf, like it's we're also members at St. Louis and Log Cabin and Bogey Club.
No, but they could make an exception for your family.
And in this case, I think we should have been removed from the premises. I was apologizing to David Betts was there, his brother Adam, who owns it, and we were talking, and I said, I think it might be a good time for you guys to just kick us out. All hell was breaking loose, and I lost it. So if you were at Family Golf and Learning Center yesterday, I would like to apologize for the display that was put on by my family, and we understand if we need to be removed from the club. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
They weren't threatening to fall off the upper deck of the driving range.
No, I keep them from the upper deck of the driving range because I do feel like that's about 50-50.
What happened to my kids? They were so out of control at that age.
You don't know match play like Tim.
It is embarrassing when your kids act up because when other people do it, you're like, control your kids. And then when it happens to you, you're like, oh, dear, get in the car, get in the car.
I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything because if I grabbed him, then he began to violently flail.
Oh, he's like a protester. Social services.
I just got a text from a buddy that says, tell the guy talking to control his kids. I was there and know what he's talking about. So it's making its way around the area.
There you go.
Damn, the guy who's talking.
Real quick,
Friend of the show.
KG went to Seckman, right?
Jaguar.
Fight Jaguars?
And SLU played Seckman last night. Did you two go to the ball game?
I went right from 3 hours at Family Golf and took the boys to St. Louis U-High.
We didn't even realize we had a KG Tim showdown. Did the guy really say the guy talking?
He's not a long-time listener.
Apparently not. Sports analyst Tim McKernan.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why.
Hey, Tim, you really are perfect. I also have Depeche Mode, Enjoy the Silence on my gym playlist. Tim Perfect McKernan, that's from Eric in the Central West End, which is a reference to Tony La Russa calling Albert Pujols Albert Perfect Fools.
And Jackson was not a fan of the skipper's nicknaming ability.
It's not even a nickname. It's like a weird description of somebody.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood has sent in a screenshot that they better change their marketing because their marketing is me and one of my sons, Doug. When we were playing in the little parent-child tournament last year. No,
well,
if anything, I owe that to them after the debacle yesterday. I mean, debacle.
Well, you cannot discipline a kid in public anymore, or you will be visited by the Department of Family Services. Right? Oh, yeah. You can't swat him on the backside or anything to get him to behave, or who knows what's going to happen. You just got to sit there and take it, or go home, I guess.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Mm-hmm. But the 3-year-old was adamant that he had to finish every single ball in the bucket.
And when he didn't, he began throwing
So when
the balls.
he puts on the green jacket, what a story that will be.
You kind of wanted a Frank voice there. Just a tinge. I picked up a tinge of
By the
it.
way, Tim and I are splitting the pot. Enjoy the Silence was recorded in 1989, released in 1990.
All right. Yeah, I think we both get to collect on that. Yeah. Depeche Mode, Doug. Mount Rushmore of Depeche Mode.
Personal Jesus, Enjoy the Silence. I feel like I know more, but I can't name them.
Jackson will play Depeche Mode, returning from commercial breaks on today's program. Jackson, why don't you tell the people what's coming up on this Stiefel dossier?
We have John Kelly, 8:15, talking Blues hockey, and then 9 o'clock, Brian Barone, head coach, SIUE Cougars.
Barone, yeah.
Barone. My apologies.
Sorry, I was trying to quiet
right.
it slightly.
If you're on your Adderall,
Soprano
you got my
style.
support.
We just don't pronounce the last syllable.
Sorry.
I'm looking forward to
Sopranos.
What's that?
Who did that in Sopranos?
Oh, every time they talk about it, like mozzarella, like they just don't say like the last part of it. Gabagool, you know. They just never say the end. I'm really looking forward to talking it over with him.
And they are a 16. We should ask a coach.
Are they in the still in the 16?
Yeah,
with
this
this updated bracketology?
Quinnipiac.
That's the Quinnipiac Bobcats in a 16 game. Winner advances to play Duke.
God, so they might get a chance to play Duke.
It would be interesting to ask a coach of a D1 program, do you look at bracketology?
Yeah.
And I would love, and even Duke, North Carolina, do they just they probably do just for
Just
fun.
for fun, yeah.
By the way, the Mizzou bracket, where Missouri's in, Doug, they're going to Cleveland if you wanted to book hotel rooms.
It's a different city every day.
Illinois is a 6 seed. If the two advance to the Sweet 16, Missouri and Illinois would play each other.
He's got them in the same.
According to the Atlanta bracketology, Atlanta Regional. Mizzou, Illinois, Doug, they're on a collision course.
They've already played this year.
Well, they're on a collision course.
We would have to go. I think the program has to be live from Atlanta for the Sweet 16 matchup between Missouri and Dillador.
It could be opening day, the 27th.
Oh, that's what it would be?
That?
Oh, then you are absolutely not able to go.
I've already got my red tie laid out.
Do the old still call in to complain if you don't wear a red tie on the local news?
I feel like they would probably email here. That was the Chuck
From an
Marlowe.
AOL account?
Yeah, Chuck Marlowe's first Cardinals home opener. He's just wearing a suit, looks sharp. Bunch of emails. Who is this guy? Where's his red? He's like, Jesus, next year I'll dress like freaking Santa. I think it's still
I'm
a thing.
not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Come on, Charlie.
What's the context of that? Well, I agree. Can I tell you, I was watching the Cards and Mets last night. SNY, which has a fun broadcast, as you know.
They have a great broadcast team.
So Gary Cohn was not on. It was the Cat of New York was doing, their pre- and post-game guy was doing the game.
The Cat of New York was Kevin Burkhardt 17 years ago.
Hired by Fox from the pre- and post-game role. Wasn't even doing play-by-play for the Mets. Hired by Fox. But the current Mets Cat, we'll call him, doing the game with Keith Hernandez and Ron Darling. And it was fascinating because the whole game, they were trying to figure out the Cardinals. You could tell. They were literally saying, well, this guy, I guess, could come out and have a decent year, and it's kind of strange to figure. And then Ron Darling said, well, they finished second last year. And Hernandez goes, yeah, but they were buried. They were way out. And they just kept looking at the team and say, well, they got Gray. He's a pretty good one. Who else do you got? They were kind of going through the roster, and they seemed genuinely kind of like confused, like, who are they? And then on the other side, they've got Juan Soto. You think about the Cards offseason of shedding payroll or attempting to.
Michael Hellman.
And then the other team adds a guy for $765 million, and he, of course, goes deep. But I also, Jackson, there's a clip. I don't know if we can find it.
I tried.
Jackson was trying to find it. I know that.
I tried.
It's a little random.
Well, it's
SNY was talking about the Cardinal Cowboys.
Yes.
right. So what stinks is like when whatever team is at home does the broadcast, and I don't have access to SNY. I don't have MLB TV.
Yeah.
I don't have. If it was on FanDuel Sports Network, I could get that because they post whole game
Sure,
replays.
and I don't blame you.
couldn't get it.
I pointed it out because it was funny. So they talked a lot about the Cardinals, trying to figure out, and they said, boy, this Luken Baker, he's a big kid. They were literally like discovering the Cardinals as the game was going on, and I found it fascinating. And then one inning, the play-by-play guy said, oh, look, he said, the Cardinal Cowboy is here. And I'm thinking, how in the hell would the Mets guy know who that is?
I'm sure they see him at every Cardinal game when they're
they
here.
zoom in, and it says on his gear, Cardinal Cowboy.
In case there's a confusion.
And then they kind of said, you know, Seems like he's kind of forcing it a bit. They started to kind of call him out. And remember Grimace became a thing for the Mets last year? Grimace. And they said, well, at least Grimace, he didn't seek the attention. This guy seems like...
Oh! Gosh.
They said,
Stop giving us the business.
Became a lot of SNY fans in the St. Louis area right
They
there.
kind of went after the Cardinal Cowboy for seeking attention, and they spent about a minute on it.
Take a listen to this, Martin. That's him.
What's not to like about that?
It was highly entertaining.
Doug, your Cardinal averages, and again, I know you don't recognize the batting average, but I'll just give them to you.
Well, I do usually.
After last night's 8-0 issue, Griffin Canning, formerly of the Angels, shutting them down with 5 strikeouts over 3 2/3. The Cardinals got 1 hit off of him. Mason Wynn is hitting $103. He had 2 Ks last night. Brendan Donovan's hitting $150. He had a K last night. Alec Burleson in Jackson, you've determined he is a friend of the show?
Yes.
He is hitting $250. Lucan Baker, a delightful gentleman, who was going to get a chance at first base before the catcher they signed 3 years ago didn't want to get traded, and so now he's at first base. Lucan Baker is the one guy hitting over 300. He is at 304.
So he'll end up in Memphis. For sure.
Yeah, there's no room for him.
Nolan Gorman had a hit last night, one of the 3 hits the Cardinals had. Baker had one as well. He is at 219. Pages 0 for 2 with a K, $167. And friend of the program, this one legitimate friend of the program, Victor Scott, is at 318. Michael Ciani, for the record, he's hitting 400.
40. He's hitting 40.
God in heaven.
Missed the decimal point.
Move the decimal.
.040. You didn't say 40, did you?
I didn't.
No, he is. The man's hitting 40. So, Martin, there it is. Now, Juan, so you can say spring training doesn't matter. That's fine. Juan Soto's hitting 444.
Mm-hmm. And Soto's got 3 home runs, and I see there's an ESPN headline online. Soto crushes 3rd home run of the spring. Baker has 3 home runs, and not a word.
No.
No one cares. Not a big deal.
We're going to
not
get this
gonna
Lucan
matter.
Baker movement going. Mm-hmm. Everybody around the country will be talking about Lucan Baker.
It just felt really notable where the Cardinals and Mets had this great rivalry historically, but you're watching this game, and the Mets feel like a team that's contending and they're spending, and then the other team is getting shut out, can barely get a hit. But this not hitting has been going on for a while. Like this, I mean, the 2019 NLCS is still fresh in everyone's brain.
Oh, God bless. Thank you for citing
but
this.
that's 5.5 years ago.
I couldn't agree more. Jackson's heard me bitch about that for 5 years.
Remember, Jeff Albert was the problem. He's now with the Mets. Like, I think he's still there. It's just been going on for a while where you tune in and say, God, they just don't hit.
They did have one season where they had an MVP and the guy who finished 3rd. So they had that one year where both Goldsmith and
the Albert year where things kind of took off in the second half.
At least for those 2.
But on the whole, it's been a while since they've had a consistently, I wouldn't even say robust offense, but even competitive. It just felt that way again last night. So you look at the lineup, Arenado did not play, but for the most part, you had regulars for the most part. Not all of them. And it was just a really another quiet game. And if you look at spring training, you never draw any conclusions, but it is kind of across the board that guys aren't hitting.
Right now, the Cardinals are 8-9, and the Mets are 7-8 in the spring. So we're tied in the Grapefruit League standings. And to me, that says major progress.
If we could just get hot, we could win the Grapefruit League?
Yes, I'd love to.
You know, the Cardinals won the Grapefruit League in 2023, the year they finished in last place. Fun facts for no and tell. Those are called fun facts for no and tell. If you'd like to share fun facts, email the program for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at designairservice.com, and Seth Goldcamp has this going on right now. Wonderful weather, and that means it is going to be time to get your air conditioning checked up for the warm weather months. How wonderful is that we get to say that? Look at this forecast, Doug. You know what the high is here the next 3 days?
70-something.
74, 74, 74. How about I warm it up for you on Friday to 76?
Yes, please.
And even with one bad day in there, a low of 47 on Sunday, it gets right back up into the 70s next week, and sunny So it is wonderful conditions here in the St. Louis area. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client. It's Design Air, heating and cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA, designairservice.com. You're also welcome to get involved on the show by calling in 314-974-0101. And you can text in to the program as well, 314-399-9646. New York says, or Doug, what does NY stand? Who can tell me what Tim's thoughts were on Jeff Albert a few years ago?
Well, I can't. I've forgotten what your thoughts were on Jeff Albert.
Probably can't have a strong feeling. I felt like he was getting blamed as coaches and managers do in St. Louis as opposed to players.
And then when he left, Mozeliak admitted some of it was he got tired of all the criticism. That was one of the reasons he left. Mm-hmm. We're like, well, maybe don't go to New York.
That tends to be a hotbed of said criticism.
He's still the current director of hitting.
Director of hitting.
I don't
so is
know.
there a hitting coach?
I don't know. I don't know if that's an overall job where you travel around. I'm not sure. Let's see. We'll look it up.
Well, I'm not sure what he's directing has been working very well.
Well, you're going after the Mets offense.
Yeah. Oh, well, the Mets are doing all right. When he was director here, whatever title he gave him, didn't work that well.
Tim, my kids know the look, and it means an ass whooping's on the way. Usually straightens them up for a few minutes. That's for the 636.
Do you have a look you can give them?
Yeah, I think I probably inherited that, just like my job from my father. But I'm not necessarily in the ass whooping school of parenting, if that's what people will do. Hey, you know what I say? God bless you and God bless these United States of America.
That's what you tell your kids when they're misbehaving?
No.
God
If parents, I don't get into the judging parenting thing.
Okay.
So if that's people's thing, hey, to each their own. But that's not what I'm doing. In part because I think at this point my kids could beat the hell out of me.
Oh, they could. Together or individually?
I think so. Individually.
We don't kink shame or parent shame on this show.
That's exactly right. And we are pro-liberty also.
Eric Chavez, by the way, is the hitting coach of the Mets. They have two.
So there's a director of hitting and then there's a hitting coach.
So I guess he has more of a roving role. Eric Chavez and Jeremy Barnes are both listed as hitting coaches for the New York Mets. They'll do, if Soto has a big year, you got to credit them, Doug.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong.
Well,
he didn't do the job.
He's had a big year almost wherever he goes. Oh, well, I'm a little bit depressed thinking this is going to be another long, uninteresting season.
What makes you say that?
We shouldn't, well, because they haven't got much.
Really? They haven't got much.
It doesn't appear like they've got much. Well, maybe they'll shock us. Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe they'll put it together.
Seems like all that energy they had when we were there is sort of dissipated over the last couple of weeks. But you know what? It doesn't matter. They'll be fine. March 27th, they'll come out and roaring. They win that opener 8-1.
Now I'm feeling better.
All of a sudden, everybody's fine.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Well, they're not that great, but they're okay.
On Friday, when Shen stayed, whether Army was hoping to move him or not,
Shen stayed.
I tweeted out and said, "Hey, Shen wants to be here."
I saw that tweet, and I didn't know if you were doing material.
Oh, see, I was being sarcastic. And this guy tweets and goes, really? Cardinals suck. Blues are barely in the mix. Battlehawks will suck. What are you talking about?
This is what happens when the TMA people start following you.
And I said, well, I was actually kidding, but shame on me for it not being obvious.
Are we sure the Battlehawks are going to suck too?
Well, somebody said that Becht is going to blow it. I'm like, well, that's a hard take for preseason UFL.
Preseason UFL. Wow. Sadly, Tim, the fact that text came from the 636, it means, quote, the look was probably given during a second grade baseball game after his son went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. That's from
You
Mr.
can't allow
Licks.
that. You can't allow that. Straight to Tower T after that. You're going to get in some swings. You cannot go 0 for 3 with 3 Ks.
So I'm trying to interpret the text. Mr. Licks is suggesting that in the 636, if a child performs poorly in second grade baseball, that means a parent stares down his child? Is that what that means?
He certainly should.
Beaten later, maybe? Is that the look?
Is that the implication?
No meals for a week. You're walking home.
Beaten. You made an out, so you're beaten at home.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
What do they speak louder than?
You know.
Did he forget the word words?
I think so.
Actions speak louder than blank. I feel like we're watching Wheel of Fortune, and nobody can get it.
Unbelievable.
Was that the plowboy doing John Kelly?
Yeah.
I don't know. It must have been.
I think so. Maybe we could play that for John at 8:15.
Yeah, what do you think of the impression?
I don't know.
Guys, the director of hitting is tasked with hitting special projects. That's from Shooter McGavin. Is Martin paying tribute to Iggy by bringing up his run-ins with burner accounts on Twitter? That's from the guy, I think, one of the guys you're sideways with in the text inbox, Martin Kwame Voyukis IV. Billikens waiting for their opponent on Thursday. That's a 1 p.m. start.
I call him Kwame Caesar Voyukis because he's the Dan Caesar. He provides critique of the show, mostly the guests that are booked.
If that kid isn't making solid contact, he's in the backyard and the dog's inside. That's from Diddles the Piddles.
He is from the 636, and I guess this is a thing. So if your child is striking out, that you give them the look in the 636. I didn't know this, but Mr. Licks.
Are they going to play baseball? Your oldest, is he playing baseball this summer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plays all the way out.
And if he strikes out, what do you do?
Stare him down, I guess.
Yeah.
Let him know.
Yell from the bleachers?
Let him know I mean business.
How's your slide piece?
Right.
Get your nose right up against the fence and start screaming at him as he
Start berating
walks
him?
from the home plate back to the dugout.
Oh,
Doug is the Wizard of Crestwood. Did you ever have to calm parents down? Did they ever get on you?
My read on this before Doug answers is there's no way in hell. It's just not Doug's personality.
Well, I mean, I wonder if parents called him up and said, "You're not playing my kid enough," or they're screaming from the stands. Do you ever have to
I'm
manage?
still going to say no on that.
No, I had a great group of parents with all the kids that I was on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing that hit me when I wasn't coaching was when you're the parent in the stands, the only thing you really care about is your kid getting a fair shot.
Well, that's a loser's mentality and explains why St. Catherine Labrador doesn't have the banners that we have at the Garden in St. Gabriel's.
But when you're in 3rd or 4th grade, you just want your kid to get a fair shot. Win or lose the game, you want to win, of course, but if you don't and your kid got to play and have fun, that's what you really care about as a parent. So I was always very careful to give everybody as equal a playing time as I possibly could.
Oh, you're saying, okay, so not your perspective for your kid as much as you were trying to understand what those parents were thinking.
Yeah, and so no one ever got on me. I wanted to make sure I never left a game with someone saying, how come my kid didn't get to play more? Because that's not fair. I always wanted my kids to get equal playing time or fair playing time. So why wouldn't you want that for everyone else? People write a check to play, so they deserve to get in and play.
I thought what Doug was saying is he's the parent who gets in the car. Sorry, Billy, we lost 10-1, but you got 2 hits. I thought that's what you were saying.
No,
okay.
I'm saying at the little kid level, everyone's got to play.
Sure. What's the age when you get maybe like 6th grade?
It's almost high school before you get to that.
Well, then how are you going to win the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament?
Well,
bring your own refs.
Oh, my God. Now Martin's going to get sued.
That's the answer right there.
Now Martin's going to get sued.
I mean, for some of these select teams, baseball, hockey, soccer, it costs thousands of dollars to play one season. And if you write a check like that, your kid sure as hell better get to play.
But aren't the big checks for the select teams where you're paying, like the CYC is...
And I understand select means something different now.
Well, yes.
Than it used to mean.
Okay, I shouldn't even say select.
That's almost everybody but the CYC teams.
Club is a better word for it. Your kid's on a club team because you signed him up and you wrote the check. But the CYC...
That's the lowest level,
right,
really.
I'm saying it's $100.
That's for everybody.
That's where I was saying you probably feel more obligation to play them, right? At the CYC level.
Well, I felt it at every level.
Oh, you coached a select team?
Up until they got to high school, I did.
And those were like club teams? Or
yeah, a couple of them were. Yeah.
That.
No, still, if you're going to spend a couple $1,000s, the kid's got to play.
And how do you fill the void of your athletic career from your youth if your kids aren't successful?
Well, it wasn't that much work.
Berate the refs, and then you realize they're 12.
How do you look at a kid sitting on the bench the whole game? You can't do that.
How many pan coins you got, bitch?
How about
that's what I tell the parents.
Guys, Licks didn't have a dad to help him play baseball. He was too busy getting pegged by the local hot wife. That's from Mr. Siders. What does that mean? Boy, Mr. Siders, this guy. Jackson just gave
It's like sad. That text is...
Which part?
Well, imagine like the kid is like wanting to have a catch with his dad, and
he's getting pegged.
Yeah, I mean, just not being there is tough.
I think the dad was.
He's barely getting pegged.
That's what the text said. That's like, I feel bad.
So the scenario laid out, which I believe was hypothetical, made you sad.
Well, it's like some sort of bizarro Field of Dreams moment where he comes back out of the cornfield. It's like,
And he's just been pegged?
well, he's like, sorry, I can't even say it.
F that, Doug. If the kid sucks, you make him cry. That's from the 314.
I don't think so. It's really not till about 9th grade, I think, when teams start playing for keeps, and guys, if they're just not good enough, sit on the bench the whole game. But until then, you can't do that. You don't know who's going to develop into a player and who's not.
Well, give them a long runway. That's how you find out.
I feel like they did a pretty good job up until that high school point of, like, if there's too many guys, like, creating 2 different teams. So that, like, let's say for basketball, you had 8 guys on a team, so, like, you were going to get playing time. You didn't have 14 guys on a team, and 6 of them aren't playing at all.
How about this? This is from Cal Kennedy, which is like Mike Krzyzewski texting me. He says, CYC playoffs, they add 2 timekeepers, 1 for each team, and you track the playing time for each team. They must play 25% of the game.
Yeah.
Boy, that is definitely different than
It's
what I
been that
grew
way
up
for a
with.
while.
Wow.
I think it was always part of the rules. I
So
don't know
when you
how.
coach, that's the deal?
Well, it was always part of the rules. I don't know that it was always that well enforced. I mean, our team this year, we had 7, 8 kids, so it was easy. You were constantly rotating. A couple of years ago, we had 15, so we would just do 5 at a time. You 5 go in, you 5 come out.
Even 25% is not enough. The kid's got to play.
Do you realize we went from talking about how the Cardinals might be really bad to coaching 6th and 7th grade sports?
Well, when you look back on
parallel.
it, if you look back on it a year or 2 later, you don't even remember if you won that game in the middle of November, a meaningless basketball game. But the kid's going to remember whether he had a good time, whether he enjoyed his friends, enjoyed the game, got to play. That's all that really matters at that age anyway.
I mean, in the 7th grade tournament at St. Gabriel's, we were up 26-24 against St. Charles Borromeo, and then we wound up losing 52-30, and I haven't slept well since.
Really? You went cold in that second half?
How many points did you score in the first half?
26.
And how many total?
30.
I think it got a little lopsided there.
They
Oh,
changed
lopsided.
defenses
I
on
get
you?
it. Let's do that now.
Was it a road game? Had to be.
4 points. And what happened?
Wow.
Jackson's laughing. Jackson's.
Oh, my God. The basketball savant is
See what I'm
mocking
talking about,
you.
Doug? People care about the results. Look at Jackson over there. He's letting himself.
Can't get over it either.
Was it a half-court trap that just befuddled the coach? Couldn't figure out how to break it?
This guy's out of line right now. He's out of line. First the Adderall thing yesterday, and now he's laughing at my 7th grade basketball team.
4 points. The coach was probably furious.
It's a heck of a defensive effort.
Do you realize I could say, hey, Jackson, Mike Krzyzewski's on the hotline right now. And he'd say, I'm sorry, what? Tim gives a basketball score from 30 years ago, and you dissected that they scored 4 second-half points immediately.
It's funny.
And now he's like sitting on a Sibian. He's so happy.
It's funny. My very brief coaching career in Columbia got my team to the championship game, and it was against my other buddy who was also a coach, and so we had all of our friends come out to the game. My team put up 2 points in the first half. It was 25-2 in the first half. I look at all of them, I said, you're embarrassing me.
A lot of that is coaching.
Yeah.
Hey, Siders, shut your trap. Your bank account probably hasn't even sniffed a second comma, let alone a single one. Bye.
That's from Mr. Licks, Doug, and now we're wealth shaming.
Second comma.
We don't parent shame, but we wealth shame.
Apparently
So
that
you need
is-
$1 million to have 2 commas, right?
Jackson's
Yeah.
got that trust fund.
Well, yeah.
And he can't touch it until 30?
32.
32.
It's an aggressive move. Yeah, I got, because that 999,999 is just 1 comma.
So get your commas up there.
Yeah.
Screw that, Doug. If the kid sucks, you threaten to pull them off the team and enroll them in dance until they put the work in to improve.
Dance.
My stepdad and I used to paint each other's chest.
I did have, in baseball, I had a couple kids that were about the worst on the team when they were 7 or 8, and then wound up playing on their high school teams later.
Is that right?
Pretty good players, yeah. You just never know who's gonna develop. Sometimes you can tell. The star kids are usually stars right from the get-go. But sometimes as a kid who's borderline player when he's a little kid and then grows up tall and big and much stronger and becomes a pretty good player. Not taking no shots right there. Didn't mean to look at you when I said taller or bigger.
Right there. That was the part that gave
What's
it away
really
to me.
sad is when you get to know like the kids that are good and the one kid's playing only hockey and you say to his parents, hey, you ought to come out for basketball this year. We could, you try and talk the parents into their kid playing on your 6th grade team because you could really you could use the rebounding help.
Yeah, did that a few times.
Yeah, St. Gabriel's has kids commuting in from St. Charles.
Flying in
from Kansas City. Anything for a banner. That's what we do.
Fast times when Spicoli rolls in smoking pot and the car next to him is Forrest Whitaker in like a Trans Am. And Spicoli's buddy says, wow, he really goes to school here? I thought they flew him in for the games.
Licks, if you've got 2 commas in your checking account, you're financially illiterate. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Doug. Our wealthy listeners are going back and forth at each other in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
2 commas makes you financially. So if you have $1 million or more, you're financially illiterate?
I think the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and I'd have to yield to Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, is saying probably the checking account isn't the place where Mr. Lick should have his 7 figures.
Oh.
But again, I don't know. I'm just a meat and potatoes guy.
Yes, you are.
And just doing my best to...
You're homespun.
Thank you very much. Hey, let's come on over to Tim's house and we'll have some meat and potatoes. That's what goes on. Email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. John Kelly with us at 8:15 for the 101 ESPN St. Louis Blues interview. And Brian Barone, the head coach of SIU Edwardsville. And he could be coaching against Duke or Bruce Pearl next week. I mean, that's what he could be staring down the barrel of. I mean, how about that? What a great thing. What if they have the 16-1? You know, I mean, that's what you dream of.
Yeah.
This is what you dream of. And the best part is, I would think, he's free rolling. Nobody expects him to do a damn thing.
That's what makes you dangerous.
I agree.
Do you like being a 16 because you get a chance to win a game?
I would. Absolutely. I really would. Because you're saying you got to play the 16.
And then you got to go against the 1. But you do get the national spotlight. You're the only game going.
You get a chance to go up. And especially these 2 teams, assuming that they would go up against Auburn or Duke. I mean, you're talking about 2 of the better college basketball teams of the last decade. Would you agree with that, Jackson? I mean, these 2 are in a different class than what we've seen. So, yeah, man, that's got to be a thrill. And for his players to have that opportunity, that's awesome. So he's going to be with us at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier as well. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Doug, you wanted Depeche Mode? You got it.
Okay, thank you.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA-STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. John Kelly will be joining us at 8:15. And SIU Edwardsville coach Brian Barone with us at 9 o'clock as his Cougars get ready for the NCAA Tournament and potentially a matchup with War Eagle or the Duke Blue Devils. Could everybody around the country be talking about SIUE in the next 10 days?
I think it'd be fun. Wouldn't it? Everybody in the country would be rooting for them, too.
Better believe it. Like St. Peter's, a couple.
Well, that's the cool thing about like the 1/16 or like the big upset matchups is usually they're played, in this case, it would be played in Raleigh, so probably going to be tough. But like,
Is that where they have Duke playing?
That's where it has Duke playing right now, is in Raleigh.
God. Can you imagine that?
I know.
If SIUE were to win that game, were to beat Duke in Raleigh, it might go down as the biggest upset in tournament history.
Be right up there. But usually, like in the case of Auburn, who's playing in Lexington, you would get the entire home crowd on your side. Like you start having like a little 10-0 run, and you're up 5 points late in the first half. That crowd is going to be on your side so hard for the rest of the game.
Can I sell you on Dick Vitale getting on board because you got Izzo, you got Patino, Calipari, Barone?
Nice.
You with me?
Sorry, Tom Izzo.
Sorry, Tom Izzo. I got a new guy. The Dish, Brian Kunderman, said not to make your Barone interview about SLU, but Coach Schertz is tight with Barone. They
is that right?
Yeah, so I said,
maybe he wants to drop by as a co-host and talk it over with
I
him.
said, sorry, Brian, I was going to make the whole interview about Marquette. Sorry.
Always goes back to Marquette. Biggest upsets in NCAA tournament history statistically. 2 would be obvious.
Yeah, UMBC over Virginia, and then Fairleigh Dickinson over Purdue.
That's correct. Surprisingly, Princeton over Arizona, which then, of course, led to Princeton over Missouri, from a point spread standpoint.
Yeah, Zona was really good that year.
Was a monster.
FGCU Georgetown?
That is listed, correct. St. Peter's over Kentucky.
All pretty recent.
Yes.
Lehigh over Duke. That's C.J. McCollum. Shout out to the Prez.
But all, yes, they were listed. And, of course, Norfolk State. And that just puts Jackson in a bad spot.
Yeah, boy, that ruined
ended on the Lehigh one.
Mm-hmm.
Hampton beating Iowa State 2001. Coppin State beating South Carolina 97. And Middle Tennessee beating Michigan State in 2016.
Is it a 15-2?
Yes.
Was it? Yeah. But it's amazing how many of those you rattle off are in recent years.
Yeah. I just think that's because more and more talent is choosing basketball. More people are trying to play basketball.
So maybe Mizzou is ahead of the curve, Jackson. Getting knocked off by a 15. It was about to be,
it was cool.
It was about to become a thing.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. I think the FGCU year was the next year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 13-14.
There's an awful lot of talent in the United States for basketball players.
So much.
And now you're even bringing them in from Europe and other places.
That's true.
Yeah, and when you're in a sport when there's only 5 guys on the field at one time, there's a pretty good chance that a lesser school can compete with the Blue Bloods.
And I think the increased volume of three-point shooting can kind of even the playing field. Because if you just get hot from deep and you're unconscious,
you can win that baby.
Yes,
you can always stay in the game. And that's the key. So that's probably, I think the influx of talent, the three-point shot.
The other element for Edwardsville, if you play in that first 4 in Dayton, it's drivable. You could get a nice crowd, kind of enjoy because otherwise they may ship you out to Seattle or wherever. That's a tough ask for people at the last minute. I think in 2019, Dr. Chaffetz paid for a bunch of people. He bought a bunch of plane tickets. Frank and I were doing the show, and he said, have people text in that want to go, and I'll get them a ticket.
How about that?
Because they played out west, the Billikens, in 2019. I forget where, but he bought a bunch of people plane tickets.
Wouldn't it be fun to have that kind of money and do things
just
like
do
that?
fun stuff, yeah.
Well, I mean, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has that.
Well, she could do it if she wanted.
So maybe she should get a, NetJets for us.
Loosen your purse strings, please.
Text in and make your offers to fly us private with you. 314-399-9646. You can call in with those as well. 314-974-0101 and talk it over. 196 friends are gathered in the TMA STL YouTube channel right now. It's the Michelob Ultra chat, Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. The official sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat is Michelob Ultra. And with the weather warming up, Boy, I'll tell you what, there is nothing better than being out on the golf course with friends and enjoying a Michelob Ultra. The sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA, Michelob Ultra. Great to have them back on board the show. It's 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. The official sponsor of the YouTube chat. We have Larry Nicholas on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Larry, good morning. You are on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Well, hello, Nixie.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing great.
All right, then. Well,
what do you think about this tournament? Who do you think is going to be in the Final Four?
Anybody from the Midwest, like SIUE or SLU or Mizzou or Illinois.
Doug, what a Final Four it'll be.
That's the Final Four you're rooting for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all are here. Yeah, could happen. Well, what happened in the presentation last evening, Larry?
Glad you asked, Doug, because I'm going to break it down for you.
Okay.
The main event was a steel cage match at Madison Square Garden where they had wrestlers 1, 10, 20, and 29. And the only combatants were CM Punk and Seth Rollins.
Okay.
And the winner of the match was Seth Rollins. No thanks to Roman Reigns.
Wow. How about that, Doug? Surprised to hear?
I'm not surprised. I'm not really sure who the guys are, but they do indeed sound like stormy combatants.
Yeah, because Roman Reigns pulled Seth Rollins out of the cage while the door was still open, because that's one of the ways you can win the match.
Mm-hmm. Which is stupid, by the way.
Why do you think it's stupid?
Well, if getting out of the
going through the doors,
if getting out of this, if just simply opening the fence wins the match, why wouldn't you do that right at the beginning? Why would you ever even engage your opponent at all? You just run right to the gate and walk out and you win, right?
You got to reel them down first to the point where you can get out without them having to try to pull you back into the ring, Doug.
Well, maybe not if you start on two separate ends of the ring. You just look to see where the cage is, where the fence is, and then you run right forward and open and get out, and you win.
That's your way of doing it, Doug. That's not WWE's way.
Okay. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
The reason why Roman Reigns came out toward the end of the match last night was because Roman Reigns still has legitimate beef with both Seth Rollins and CM Punk.
Oh, what's the beef?
Well, back a long time ago, Seth Rollins turned on Roman Reigns and Dean Ambrose, now John Moxley in AEW, when they're all in the Shield.
Okay.
The job Dean Evanson's doing with CBJ. Playoff team, right?
Was he on my hottest coaching group?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, you thought he was attractive, didn't you? And you thought Lindy Ruff was attractive?
Ruff, and then Rod the Bod.
Heaven's sakes.
Isn't that weird? Jackson's 26, and he likes his 60. How old's Lindy Ruff?
I don't know, but it feels like he's off his Ritalin again.
Bryce Harper's dad is hot.
And I'm still talking.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Was wondering if he was still there.
And CM Punk is technically talking with Paul Heyman because apparently Paul Heyman owes CM Punk a favor. And Roman Reigns doesn't want Paul Heyman to talk to anybody else with him but Roman Reigns.
Mm-hmm.
So Roman Reigns beat up CM Punk too.
No. Okay, anything else happened that we need to know about?
Well, Michael Cole was interviewing the new Women's World Champion, Io Sky. Then out comes Bianca Belair. Then here comes Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair get into an argument. And Io Sky was being disrespected. So she slapped both Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair in the face and left the ring.
Okay. Slapped him.
Larry, when's the last time you missed when's the last time you missed a Monday night show?
I don't know.
Flip that off.
So it's been a while.
I appreciate. I don't understand much of what's going on, but I appreciate his consistency and his
passion.
dedication to his craft.
It's an iron horse like streak. Larry, you don't have the top 5 countries in the world available, Martin. These are based on arbitrary rankings.
This is Larry's bracketology?
Some people think it's based on GDP, but Larry gets information, and then he ranks the 5 countries. Larry, go ahead.
Okay, number 5 will be Croatia.
Yeah, I thought so.
Croatia. Okay.
Apparently a wonderful spot to travel. Doug, did you hit Croatia?
Yes, I did. Beautiful city or country. Really nice.
Number 4 will be England.
Okay.
Number 3, Italy.
All right.
Big Europe day.
There it is.
Number 2, Canada.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's
Number 1, United States of America.
Yes.
Still there.
Take a listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Keith Hernandez. Here comes Daryl Porter. And oh, look, it's Mike Ramsey. And he has a perm. Yep.
That's what this song was about?
That's correct. Mount
Larry,
Rushmore of
is
Ukraine.
Ukraine ever cracked the top 5?
It will sometime.
Okay, there you go. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, he's very bullish. Larry, God bless you and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
He is Larry Nickel with us here on the morning after, and really fun to see Italy and England making their move. I miss when Larry combined North and South Korea in the number 2 slot. Free the Koreas and, of course, free Perk. Thanks. That's from the number 1 Asian intern, Brian Henshin, possible burner. So he's texting in. He says he's a possible burner.
May or may not be Brian Henshin.
Even though... He writes and covers the Indianapolis Colts and the Indianapolis Star Tribune. You can get involved on the program by texting in 314-399-9646. You can call in like Larry did on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can email in as well, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the show online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen. If you're in a spot where you're going to need the services of Brown and Crouppen, wouldn't you want to be working with somebody who's local, not an out-of-town firm? Brown and Crouppen has been local, founded in St. Louis in 1979. They've been doing it here for 45 plus years. It's Brown and Crouppen with Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Hermann is going to join us coming up.
Who is he?
In the 8 o'clock hour. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. You can check it out at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com if you're a carpet installer looking to work with Michael at Michael's Flooring. $7 a square yard in compensation. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. It's Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got Western Coast Conference Championship action tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Gonzaga taking on St. Mary's. Tip-off at 8 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the show. And joining us in studio from Brown and Crouppen, Ed Hermann and his son Brody. Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Ed, the Yankees news on Garrett Cole being done for the season, I would imagine, is rough for you as a Yankees fan. But we believe on this program that there is a deal to be done between the Cardinals and the Yankees. The Yankees get Nolan Arenado and Eric Fetty, and the Cardinals get great things.
What do we get?
See, now that's
Great
the thing.
things.
We actually, Brody and I had this discussion at dinner last night because that seems like such an obvious fit now for the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that now that the Yankees are in the circumstances they are, they're going to need to take all of Arenado's contract. But I do think that we can maybe get the Cardinals to take DJ LeMahieu's remaining contract, which it's bad money, but it's not that bad. It's not as much money as Arenado's.
What's his remaining term?
$30 million left on the deal. I think he's got 2 years left.
Okay.
And he's hurting right now, but he's multi-positional and he's a good clubhouse presence and a good team leader. But it's really more of a money thing, right? Because Arenado's owed, what, $78 million?
So we take your 30, you take our
the
75 or whatever it is. Yeah,
we take the 78, so we give you $38 million in relief. Plus, technically, we take Fetty, which is another $7.5 million that the Cardinals really don't need to be spending this year. And then
already.
No, and then I think we throw back a relief pitcher because I think the Cardinals need to bolster the bullpen. And I can see somebody like an Ian Hamilton, who's reasonably priced and a very good quality left-handed relief pitcher that can slot right in and be effective. Or a mid-level prospect instead. They're not going to get a top prospect if it's mostly a money, shifting deal. But I could see the Yanks parting with the mid-level prospect.
Now, last year, LeMahieu hit 204 with 2 home runs.
He was hurting. He was hurting all year. Listen, it's bad money. It's bad money. But
can't wait for the press release.
It's a lot for a $15 million player.
It is, but listen, you got to look at the total payroll of the team.
Two batting
you
titles
really can't look at the individual. He does one in each league.
Yeah, I thought so.
Look, when the thing with LeMahieu is this: when he is healthy, he can play first, he can play second, he can play third, and he can DH, obviously. Mm-hmm. And he produces. But when he's not healthy, and in all fairness, he has a lot of stretches where he's not healthy. It's a bad contract. But it's not. It's still a savings. And if you're just looking at the bottom line, they have so many young players on the Cardinals that are making nothing. You just got to spread it out. It's an amortization across your roster. It's still a big savings.
All right, Martin, you accepting this deal?
This is really depressing, but I think it might be a match for what the Cardinals are trying to do. Well, save some money. No,
the Yankees,
that's what they're trying to do. It's sad, but it would fit.
Yeah, and from the Yankee perspective, I'm now they're probably quite happy that they didn't trade Marcus Stroman earlier in the offseason they were desperately trying to, because all of a sudden he slots in as a number 3 or 4 now. And that
he goes from bullpen to 3 or 4.
Yeah,
how about
because
that?
Luis Gil is going to be gone for the first half of the year. See, last year when Cole went down in spring training, it was only going to be for the first 2 months. And Luis Gil stepped up and became Rookie of the Year. Now this year they've got a young guy named Will Warren who is having a great spring. He's 3-0 so far, very low ERA. But even if he comes in and produces, he was kind of viewed to be, he can step in and fill in for Luis Gil for those first 3 months. And you'd say, that's not too bad, a young guy, another young guy. But you can't expect 2 years in a row that the Yankees have some rookie that comes in that could adequately replace Garrett Cole. It's just not possible. I mean, if they were sitting on that much pitching talent, my goodness.
I was asking my Fox 2 colleague, Kevin Ryans. He's from Queens. He's a huge Yankees fan, sports reporter at Fox 2. And I asked him last night, right, and I said, does Cashman get hated the way Mozeliak does? Because he said, because it's not quite the same. He said it does not have the same vitriol that he said even though people are frustrated, they feel like mostly like he's just stayed too long. But is that fair that they just don't hate Cashman in New York?
They don't hate Cashman. I don't think that there's any hate really for him at all. There's the general frustration that comes out anytime a team is not, doing well. But Cashman doesn't have, and to his credit, a long track record of trading away guys that weren't doing well in New York and then all of a sudden, bloomed in other cities. I think that's the killer here. That's the single biggest thing the last 5 years that has underscored Mo's tenure is the number of guys that we had for nothing and then we watched do incredible things. The Sandy Alcantaras and the Zach Gallens and the Adolis Garcias, the Randy Arozarenas. The list goes on and on. Mm-hmm. Where you look at the Yankees, what do? You say, well, they traded Michael King to the Padres, and he's turned out to be pretty good, but they got Juan Soto for him, and they went to the World Series with Juan Soto. So he just doesn't have that track record of, I can't believe you let those guys go. Like in the mid-'80s, the Yankees had a lot of great talent that they let go, and Steinbrenner was skewered for that, letting a Willie McGee out of the system, a Fred McGriff out of the system, Jay Buhner out of the system. Like, that's when they were hated.
Doug
Drabek out of the system. Yeah, so I think that's the big difference. But I like Cashman. He always seems like he never stops working. He always feels like if there's a chance to make the team better, he does it. A lot of the guys that have come in the last few years, the Japanese ball players, they want to play on the West Coast. He goes after them. We can't get them anymore. They all want to be with the Dodgers. So what can you do?
Well, how much are the Yankees going to come back to the rest of the league just without Soto now?
Well, I think they're a better team right now than they were with Soto. Forgetting the injuries. Like, if Cole had not gotten injured, if Heel had not gotten injured, if you tell me we're down Soto, but we have Bellinger, we have Devin Williams, we have Paul Goldschmidt, and we have Max Fried, I would say the Yankees were coming into the season better than they ended last season. But now that Stanton is gone, and maybe for the year, with what could be a double elbow surgery there, you take him out, you take Cole out, you take Heel out, and now all of a sudden you look at them and you're like, they're probably not starting as strong as they were last year. They're a little bit behind now.
And Ed, as a longtime baseball guy, when you look at spring training, we were talking about this with the Cardinals. All right, for the most part, none of them are hitting. It looks very familiar to what we've seen. It's only spring training. You throw it out every year. But if a team has had sort of that DNA, does it look different? What do you look at when you look at your teams in spring training? Do you care?
Yeah, normally if I'm looking at pitchers, I'm looking at the normal stuff like velocity and strikeouts per inning to see if they look sharp. And if it's hitters, I honestly, you just look for good contact, and if they're healthy, try to get these guys healthy because you don't know what the players are working on in spring training. We think that they're just going out there to do their best, but they're always trying new things, and particularly the pitchers. And so it's hard to judge anything in spring training. I don't know that you can point to that many examples where a hot spring dictated anything that happened in the regular season. I wouldn't make too much of it. Now, with the Cardinals, it may be a little different because these are the young guys that we're expecting to actually start and fill out the starting lineup. So I don't know. It's good. Listen, I think a Cardinal fan has to look at the season and say, you know what? This is like the foundation frame in bowling. This is the one where we got to get the payroll as low as possible, and we got to give young guys a chance to see if any of these people are going to plant roots here and actually become stars here. And then once we can do those two things, get the payroll in order, see what we have on hand, then you start flushing out the system and seeing where you can build it. And it's going to be a long year, but it could be a really fun and interesting year. Just don't expect a championship trophy at the end of it.
Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen with his son Brody in for spring break, right?
Yeah, spring break. That's right.
What's on the itinerary for spring break week?
Not too much. Just, going around in St. Louis and kind of just enjoying being home.
Yeah. Hitting your favorite restaurants.
That's right.
What are the go-tos?
Usually Sideburg's is my favorite.
Oh, Doug, watch this. Wingy. And crinkle-cut fries, if you please.
That was exactly what we had last
night.
There you go. Wingy Wingies and crinkle-cut fries.
What about the shark bites?
Shark bites are good there.
Okay.
Really? And he had some mozzarella sticks.
Yeah.
It wasn't terrible. Where else you hitting while you're in town?
I'm not sure yet.
He's usually a Joya's guy.
Yeah.
Get some of that hot salami.
There's a lot of those around. I feel like every corner, I'm like, there's another Joya's.
They're popping up. You know what? Good for them. Does that make it? I get a lot of St. Louis pride when I see like something coming out of St. Louis that seems to be taking off and expanding. You start seeing more locations, and you just hope the quality stays. But I know I feel that way like about Sugar Fire. I take some pride there.
Katie's Pizza is doing that.
Katie's Pizza, my God. What a story. You know, talk about, she is so bright. I've met her a few times, and we've done some stuff together. The way that she pivoted that business during the pandemic, I thought they did it better than anybody in town. The way that they adapted to the curbside service, they started prepackaging stuff. And then from the prepackaging, they were like, you know, we could be carrying these in supermarkets. Next thing you know, Deerberg's has got their pizzas and their pastas. And now they've got some deal with Walmart, and they're going to explode. I mean, she's really something, you know, and the food's pretty darn good. So, yeah, don't you? I don't know. Am I the only guy? I love that stuff.
I do too. Yeah.
You know, the local, you know, kid does great, builds an empire.
Yeah, it's
you know,
a great story.
St. Louis shows up on Shark Tank all the time. We just had a product on, it was a couple weeks ago, that keepsake box.
Yeah, Mizzou grad was on there.
Yeah, and got a deal and seemed to be killing it. I think they had done like $4.5 million in business.
Is that right?
During
Wow.
1 year, yeah.
Good
I mean,
for them.
that's we should remind me next time. We got to talk about some of that. I'm sure that the people that follow sports are probably people following Shark Tank as well.
You like Shark Tank? You always been a big
Shark
fan.
Tank.
We watch every episode.
We-
I'm a product tester, so I'm constantly buying stuff from there and seeing if it's any good, and then we track to see if they make it. Yeah, we really make it quite interactive.
So for all your legal needs, and if you want to complain about any of the programming on Fox 2, just call 222-2222. That's what I tell them.
Right.
When people yell at me, I say, just call 22222. Don't just...
It is. Just keep dialing. Just keep hitting it two until I answer.
Until Ed answers.
And Brody, great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Great to see you guys.
Take care,
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
That's Ed Hermann. That's Brody with us here on TMA. John Kelly joining us on the other side of the commercial break. This is 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he is the best at it. The mortgage industry continues to fluctuate, and there's not much doubt that the remainder of the year could be interesting when it comes to rate. If you are looking at buying or selling a home, or if you're looking to be in the market to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer experience. Simply call his cell phone, and I know you'll have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. He'll be able to fill you in on the bagel loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie is all about the customer and making sure you are taken care of. Your home is the biggest investment you're going to make in your life. Take the time and talk to Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And it's our pleasure to welcome to the show John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, John.
Hey, Tim. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you? Back in St. Louis.
Yeah, great little, spell back here in St. Louis before we head out tomorrow to Pittsburgh to resume our road trip. So good to go home and, swap some clothes and get back out.
The trip had to be considered incredibly successful. I mean, 5 of 6 points. I realize it started before that in Dallas, but getting out to L.A., playing the Kings twice and the Ducks once, and picking up 5 of 6 points, especially after the Parayko injury. And I thought, in particular, as odd as it might sound, the game they lost but picked up a point might have been the most impressive. Not that it was necessarily well played so much it was just such a grind to get to the finish line with all the block shots, Joel Hofer out there. I thought that was super impressive and a great way to continue the momentum from the previous two games.
Yeah, exactly. I think the two things that were really impressive, number one, you mentioned Joel Hofer. He did not have a good game in Dallas in the start of the road trip when he got pulled after allowing 3 goals in the first period, but maybe played his best game of the season Saturday in L.A. Down the stretch, he made some incredible saves, as you guys know. And the other thing is the Blues didn't have Fowler in that game. Of course, he left after Friday's game to come home. His wife had a baby boy Saturday afternoon, so congrats to Cam and his wife. So you had your 2 top defensemen out of the lineup, and Parayko's going to be out the rest of the regular season, as we know. So I think considering that, and also the Kings had been off since Wednesday, and it was the Blues' 3rd game in 4 nights, I think it was a really good point, even though they lost in overtime.
John, what do you think's different about this team? So they're 7-1-2 in their last 10, the bulk of that since the 2-week break. Maybe that was key to this too, but what have you seen that looks different?
What I have seen is that they're just fully engaged, and the 4 lines are playing in unison. They're playing hard. They're tenacious on the forecheck. I think that might be the biggest thing, is that their forecheck is really good, and it's the best it's been all year. They're creating a ton of chances. Again, it's not just one player, one line. It's everybody's bought in. And I guess the next question, and I don't really have an answer, is why all of a sudden is there 100% buy-in? Not that it wasn't here before at times, but it was certainly inconsistent. If you had to look at the Blues season until the Four Nations tournament, for the most part, it was a very inconsistent season. But now they've played consistently really good hockey. Again, I don't know why it's clicked, but it certainly is fun to watch, and it has to continue here in the last 17 games because the Blues are still in a real tough battle because they're playing out, but Calgary plays tonight. Calgary, Vancouver play again tomorrow night. So it's possible the Blues could be 5 points out starting Thursday's game in Pittsburgh. We'll see what happens.
I would think at this point of the season, when you've got 5 days between games, the challenge for the coaching staff is to find that balance between keeping the players sharp, practicing all the time, staying ready, and giving them some rest just to catch their breath a little bit. How are the Blues handling that?
Yeah, well, it's a good point, Doug. And I think that, Jim Montgomery is a veteran coach. He's been around hockey his entire life. So the Blues flew home from L.A. Saturday after the game. We're off Sunday, of course, and then even off yesterday. They're going to resume practice at 11:30 today, practice tomorrow, and then fly to Pittsburgh. So, they'll get plenty of rest, and they'll get 2 good practices in before the game. So it's a good balance. And again, the coaching staff is right on it. They know exactly what they're doing. So I think they'll be ready to go Thursday night in Pittsburgh.
And John, it seemed like this stretch is also coincided with Robert Thomas maybe playing his best hockey. Is he? And you hate to put it on one guy, but it seems like maybe this team, this offense, sort of runs through him. And if he's rolling, then that changes everything.
Well, I think for sure he is their best overall offensive player. And we all know that if your top players aren't playing their best, it's really tough to win. We know that in any sport. Robert is playing his best hockey of the season, as you said. He's tenacious on the back check, playing great in his own zone, and also picking up a lot of points. But it's not just Robert. His right winger, Pavel Buchnevich, seems like a different kind of player out of the break. I talked to Pavel a few weeks ago, and he said, rest and treatment really helped him over the Four Nations break. So he admitted he was dealing with something, and to me, he just wasn't skating quite as well as he normally does before the break. So he, to me, is a much better player. Jake Neighbors has fit in really well on that line. So I think, overall the group is playing better, but the top players have picked it up a notch as well.
How do you think Tucker has played since he's getting a little bit more ice time now?
Well, he came back and he played pretty well in those 2 games, and it's hard to sort of a small sample size, but Tyler Tucker is fine. He can play both sides, left or right side, give you toughness. Still a very young defenseman, as we know. I've liked his game, and I've liked what he's brought to the team this year. He's going to be a solid NHLer. But it is difficult, I would think. He got hurt in Utah about a month ago and missed 3 games, and then they had the break and stuff like that. So coming back, he hadn't played in the NHL for quite a while. But, he's totally fine, and I as an announcer watching him play, I have total trust in what he can do.
John, as far as road trips, lengthy road trips, that had to be the best way to do it. 6 nights in a row in Southern California? I'm not saying you guys are just goofing off, but if you're going to go on the road for a week, that's not a bad way to do it.
Martin, we were at a great hotel in Santa Monica, and right on the ocean, and it was sunny. It was arduous. It was really tough. I'm not going to lie to you.
Did you kind of grind through it to get through it?
We had to grind through it. Wow. You know what? It really was. I think I know, you guys know, and the listeners know, that the biggest hassle when it comes to traveling is packing, unpacking, things like that. We got to the hotel Sunday night after the game in Dallas, and we're in the same hotel until Saturday afternoon. So it was a really nice place. So it was really good. So the Blues did get some rest while they were out there, but, again, played 3 games at 4 nights to end the trip.
John, I usually just worry about the announcers and whether they get proper rest. I'm not as worried about the team.
And free food would be nice,
to be fair,
right.
Mostly if you are rested.
Well, and not only that, not only rest, make sure I have enough sun, vitamin C, so I look good and don't have to use as much makeup on TV.
You gotta stay healthy.
Important.
Yeah,
you gotta stay healthy and look good on TV. So
that's it.
And especially when you have John Hamm in the booth, then you got to look really good because you're up against that guy.
And he's a sincere fan. I think some Hollywood people like pretend and throw the cap on and like, where did I grow up? What was the name of the team? He really is into it.
He really is. It's genuine, and he's such a nice guy. He spent the entire second period with us, as you probably know, and just gave us a ton of time and insight. And he follows the team and knows the players and things like that, and is obviously a very busy man. So we couldn't be more grateful for his support and for him joining us Saturday in LA.
Wow. I would say John Hamm's a true fan. It's not just Caruso roping him in, Doug. He is a true fan, John Hamm. And it used to be whenever he would show up, wouldn't Barbashev score every time Hamm stepped in the booth?
Yes, he did. A big goal, and he played the clip when he went on Jimmy Fallon of that goal and him really calling the goal. So I'm sure it was a highlight of John Hamm's career, quite honestly.
Yeah, probably kind of threatening John Kelly's future with John Hamm on the call.
John, always enjoy the conversation. Looking forward to seeing if the boys can keep it going in Pittsburgh this Thursday. Thanks, John.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
John. The next Tuesday, John Kelly with us here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call into the show. You can text in 314-399-9646 and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:50 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Current standings, JV golf coach and self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, 2 wins apiece. Kermit the Bong and Misty Plops each with 1. Buck Swope currently getting shut out.
Yeah.
I'll be texting you in no time.
So we'll see if he can get it going today. Doug, could you tell us about Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling?
Well, that's the place you call if you have any kind of problem with your furnace or air conditioning. Or even if you don't have a problem, you just want to get it maintained. That's a smart way to go. Before you have a problem, call Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling to come out and take a little look-see and clean things up and make sure you don't have a problem. That's what Seth Goldcamp and his family have been doing for St. Louisans since 1904. This is a 4th-generation St. Louis business, and we're happy to report that they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on this here show. They are best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call. They will never try to upsell you. They will always give you exactly what you need and nothing more than that. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. I've had Design Air out to my house on a couple of occasions, and their technicians are all experienced. They know exactly what they're doing. They get in there and they get out and they fix things up, and they're just absolutely professional all the way. The website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You're saying, what's the website? Here it is now. DesignAirService.com. That's DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you were giving your Mount Rushmore of Cool and the Gang songs, and you put Get Down on it as the Teddy Roosevelt?
Teddy Roosevelt's not on the Mount Rushmore, is he?
What makes you say that?
Seriously, dude.
It's like Washington, Like, gosh, I
Look,
don't
we're
even
doing
know
a
who's
Mount
on there
Rushmore
now.
of who's on Mount Rushmore.
We've given so darn many Mount Rushmores, I've forgotten who's on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Teddy's on there.
He is? Okay, good. He should be.
I wanted that to
He
play out
should
for
be.
much longer.
He's the third from left.
Okay.
Has anybody ever been?
No.
Seems like a whole lot of driving.
A lot of driving to see
Some-
that.
You don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on that?
I'm looking at it here on Google Images, and I feel like I got the gist.
It's extremely cool. It's really neat.
You been there? You have?
I have not been there, no.
Oh.
But I'm saying the fact that somebody
Yola?
actually did this and made that work and
Yola?
made it look like
Plugs
the
on
people.
the South Dakota
Doing a
tourism.
live
Yola.
read.
I would love to see it. But
I've seen North by Northwest.
I don't want to drive 1,000 miles to get there.
Let's do a show from there. What do you say? Pack up and go, huh?
Well, if you want to fly on Southwest, breaking news this morning. Doug, I know you monitor the Wall Street Journal, as this is a show that has always been about stock tips and swinger bulletin boards.
It has.
And the stock tip here, Southwest dropping because they just announced this morning, and I would imagine many of you just received this email and reading from the Wall Street Journal. Southwest Airlines plans to start charging for checked bags, a seismic shift. Jackson just let out a guttural moan. A seismic shift that will boost revenue, but potentially give its fiercely loyal passengers a reason to shop around. Bags fly free was a policy so sacrosanct. You like that there, or did you feel like that was a little much?
I kind of like the word,
Really?
but I do think it was a little much. Yeah.
So sacrosanct that Southwest trademarked the phrase and devoted a section of a book celebrating its 50th anniversary to the policy. For bookings made on or after May 28th, only customers with the airline's top loyalty status and those buying its priciest tickets will be allowed to check 2 bags for free. Travelers with the airline's next level of status or a Southwest credit card are allowed 1 free checked bag. Others should prepare to pay. Southwest did not say how much travelers will be paying to check bags.
Well, I have a Southwest credit card, so I can get 1 bag on there for nothing.
Well, they didn't mention that in the column.
Well, I thought you just said if you have a...
Well, they didn't mention your specific situation.
That's all I really care about is me.
They didn't mention Doug Vaughn in the Wall Street Journal story.
They should have.
That's so lame.
Jackson's mad as a hornet. Jackson's mad. You got the Missouri losing streak, and now Southwest is charging him to check bags.
They had two great things going. You could check your bags for free, and
Free peanuts.
they had open seating, and they've gotten rid of both of them now.
I didn't really like the open seating.
Well, American charges you $40 a bag, right?
$35.
I just
here
paid $40 to go to Florida.
Here is the first bag on American is $35. The second
I
bag
paid
is
$40.
$45.
The second was 40.
Second
I know
bag's
I did pay
$45.
Yeah, so it came out to
Vaughn
40.
tax.
For 2 bags.
Delta 35, second bag 45. United 35, second bag 45.
That's pretty much, because if you going there and back, it's another $80 or so.
I almost
more.
never check a bag.
You know what this is going to lead to? This is just going to lead to massive Hoosier bin stuffing.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to try and bring that bag on the plane now that otherwise, hey, checking it.
You're right, Martin.
And why wouldn't they? Because, I mean, worst case, they're just going to tell you to check it once you get to the gate. So might as well
Everyone's going to
try.
be just shoving those bins and trying to wedge it in there.
Well, you can only get a bag that's so big in the bin.
Well, people will try.
Yeah.
Open seating sucks anyway. I want to
agree.
lock in my seat. That's from Angry Dan.
I disagree.
I did not enjoy that system. You have to get online 24 and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And then and you hit it. It's like B42. What the hell?
Because there's people that have paid to be on there automatically.
Yeah. You pay
extra
you
for
pay
that
a
too.
little extra, which would've been
Southwest
fine.
Airlines is the Greyhound of the sky. It's for the poors. That's from strap-on number 18. That's the 18th strap-on.
I don't know that it is for the poors.
With flights, I just want to get there as cheaply as possible, truly.
It sure seems a lot easier at Lambert to fly Southwest.
Yeah.
Not a lot of traffic in the main terminal, though, as far as
No.
flying first class, and you don't fly first class, and you don't have to worry about the riffraff on the flying cattle cars and all the mouth breathers with carry-on beef brisket. Doug, that's from the Veiled Prophet. He hosts a ball every year.
How can you avoid breathing out of your mouth every now and then?
Brisket.
I'm not even sure Southwest has first class.
I don't think they do.
I don't think it does.
Who the hell flies Southwest? It's first class on Delta or no go for me, idiots. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. Doug, this again speaks to the wealth of the audience, and that's why Stiefel sponsors the dossier.
And
the head coach of SIUE is going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock on that Stiefel dossier. It's Scott Barone.
There's a lot of airline shaming going on.
There's wealth shaming.
Line.
Yeah.
I do have a first-class question.
Jackson's probably the guy to ask.
I never understood why you would enter through the front and then you'd pass. So if you were in first class, you don't really want to be with the riffraff. Yet you have to see them all walk by. Some planes have it where you can enter about the 8th row, and so you don't traverse through first class.
Or put them on at the end.
And don't you walk through first class and kind of look to see if it's somebody that you, like a celeb or whatnot?
Mm-hmm. Have you ever flown first class?
I have. It was a friend in the airline industry, upgraded. I think my mom and I flew to California years and years ago. So
it's really nice. It makes a big difference.
I got to say, it's the way to go. Unless you got a private jet.
But it's a whole lot more expensive. It's not just a little bit more expensive. It's a lot more expensive.
Guys, Southwest has become Spirit adjacent recently. People coming on board with 5 to 6 bags and coats. That's from the Horny Banker.
5 bags? You can't come on with 5 bags.
Horny Banker says you can.
How does that work?
If it's free.
It's not, but you can't have 5 carry-ons.
No, not carry-ons, but you could check them, I guess.
His text sounded like he was talking about carry-on.
I'm not talking about first class on Southwest, you public school dweeb. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
I don't know I can't remember what text you sent.
But now you're having to respond of having gone to public school.
I was sitting at that terminal, Southwest terminal, my buddy Mike Vintage, big snob, flying to Louisville to see Marquette play. And he's on this rant. We got our little tickets. It's a B-30. He goes, God, I hate this stupid airline. Like a piece of cattle getting on the stupid airline. He's going on this huge Southwest rant. And this lady behind it taps him on the shoulder and says, why don't you fly another airline? And she was our stewardess. She was in her full Southwest gear. Did not enjoy the rant about Southwest sucking.
I'm paying for first class. I want to be in my seat enjoying my warm nuts while you dirtbags board. That's from Strap-On number 18. Doug, again, that's the 18th Strap-On.
Well, like, where are you flying?
The other 17.
Like, you have to get first class to fly to Atlanta? Like, come on.
Yeah, it's toughen up just a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
You can handle anything for about an hour and a half, right? You can just sit there and behave yourself.
If you're on the aisle or window, it's fine. Truly, wherever.
Even in the middle. For an hour and a half, you get through it.
I don't like the middle.
The Old Hipster is in the YouTube chat, and that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, and he says, the texter anger is elevated today. Do you sense that the texter anger is elevated today? Like if this were a thread, it would be a red day in the text inbox. Doesn't strike me as any more angry than normal, to be honest with you, but maybe I'm missing it.
I agree.
I think it's kind of on brand.
Yeah, that is the brand. So Southwest making that announcement early this morning, and Doug, its stock is trending downward and so this is a way to bump the revenue, but it could lead to some issues for the people who have been flying Southwest for a number of years. For the record, it does not kick in until May 28th. So if you're flying between now and then, you won't deal with it May 28th.
Well, forget about the other people. How is it going to affect me?
They don't reference.
And I have a Southwest credit card,
then you're fine.
I get 1 bag free.
Do they fly to Mount Rushmore?
Is there an airport around Mount Rushmore?
That would be. We could roll it all before May 28th. Let's get ourselves up there to Sioux Falls.
I want to see it, but I don't want to drive up there.
There's that Wall Drug you can go to. That's the other thing everybody goes to, Wall Drug.
Really?
Go to Sturgis. Get your Harley out, Doug, for the spring, summer season.
That's right there at Mount Rushmore.
Looks like it's all regionals.
Somewhere up there.
Sioux Falls Regional.
Thank you, Jackson. I always enjoy when we have horny Stephen A. Smith on his podcast, but why would he be Randy talking about Tim Tebow? All I know is I see it in Fun with Audio. This could be quite a moment for his presidential campaign.
Are you on, Tim?
This is Fun with Audio, number 4.
Page 3.
It says horny Stephen A. I keep the dossier on my laptop.
Oh, okay.
That way Jackson updates it throughout the program.
I actually have updated several times.
And it is a fluid dossier. All right, I'll take a listen to the audio.
This is from Skip Bayless's podcast.
Bringing up my greatest moment in my career, which could have been your lowest moment in your career, was Tebow's touchdown pass in overtime in the home playoff game against your Pittsburgh Steelers, Ben Roethlisberger and Mike Tomlin, that won the game for the then Denver Broncos. Do you remember that moment?
Well, first of all, I'll never forget it for several reasons. Number one, at the time, I mean, you know me. I mean, I'm happy. I'm good now and all of this stuff. You know, I've been single all my life and had a very, very beautiful, sexy woman in my life at that time. And you know, I was having a really, really, really good time most evenings with her, Skip Bayless. Mm-hmm. And I would always make sure there was a little action going on. Mm-hmm. And Tim Tebow threw that damn touchdown to Demaryius Thomas. I collapsed on the floor. And I laid there for over 2 hours. I literally, after I finally got up from that living room floor, and I was unable, I just was unable, I was in no, I was just so, I couldn't eat, couldn't have sex, couldn't do nothing. I was just, I felt that it was just the most awful feeling I've had, one of the most awful feelings I've had in my career.
Okay, let's not overreact or anything.
So it said the horny Stephen A.
Yeah, talking it over about Tim Tebow with Skip Bayless.
Because he wasn't horny about Tim Tebow. He was.
That's what I was wondering.
Okay. It was just horny Stephen A. Horny Stephen A. comes out every once in a while, and that certainly was. Did you hear the way he was talking? He talks like a late-night jazz DJ whenever he gets into that mode.
And so he had Skip Bayless on his show, or
No,
was
sir.
he on Skip's show?
He was on Skip's show.
So Skip has a show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That feels like that could be fodder, much like Francesa is.
Well, amidst like the FS1 stuff, Skip Bayless didn't miss a beat giving takes on like Micah Parsons or stuff. So I think he's grinding on that pod. I haven't listened to it in its entirety ever, and I likely
clip off that entire,
and I likely never will. But you know, good on him.
Good on him. Well, I don't want to peek ahead, but Tim, since I'm on page 3, I see what you guys have coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Can Chinese food be ordered by a single person effectively?
I've had this in there for a while.
Okay, I feel like I saw that.
The dossier has had some things lingering around that I haven't necessarily thrown to, Martin. That would be in that category.
Yeah. We glossed over segment 7-1. This may be too broad a question, but do you see a situation in St. Louis in which St. Louis gets another major 4NA sport in the next 25 years?
What's NA?
North America.
You got a problem with that abbreviation?
Why would you need to say North America? We didn't think they were going into some African league or some league in the Himalayas.
Get another major
North American
NA, non-alcoholic, North American sport in the next 25 years. It's simple, but hashtag full stop.
This is, you just asked the question in a different way. The NBA, how would it work here?
But hashtag full stop.
I don't like.
Is this after you took your med yesterday or before?
I don't like a bunch of white space on the dossier. I like to have stuff in there. I think just from
this was filler.
Just from a mindset standpoint, I think it puts you guys in a better mindset. But yeah, it's not like the greatest. It's just a slow day in sports.
It's simple, but hashtag full stop. Do you think there's a scenario in which that can happen?
Either an NFL or an NBA team in North America. You specifically
NBA,
said North
second baseball team, maybe. I didn't.
Wow.
Steal it from Nashville.
Yeah, well, junior circuit squad.
Mm-hmm. We had that and we lost it.
Never. It can come back.
It's not coming back.
Wouldn't it be cool if, like, the 4 markets that had 2 teams were L.A., Chicago, New York, and St. Louis?
I did have somebody throw the Kroenke thing at me again. You know how it keeps going, Kroenke's buying the Cardinals, Kroenke, and they were like, it would never work. Nobody supported. It's stupid. Whatever. They said, no, he's buying them and moving them to Nashville. Now, that's a good twist.
Yeah.
That's a good twist.
That'd be too much. We couldn't take that.
Don't think the league
That would be the knockout
allow
punch.
it. Hashtag full stop.
That'd be the knockout punch.
He is grinding on that pod. Good Lord, Piddles. I'm having the worst mental images. Thanks a lot. Maybe take an extra dose of meds since you missed yesterday. That's from Sharon, and she's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan. Thanks.
Maybe get your mind out of the gutter. Talking about grinding on his work. I don't know what to tell you.
You think Sharon in Clayton has her mind in the gutter?
And if she has had such a bad mental image of that.
Tim, every stock is trending downward, hence the extra anger. Us olds now have to postpone our STD-infested retirements to the villages for another 5 years. That's from Saucy Jack. Saucy Jack was going to be moving to the villages, but now he can't? Is that what he's saying?
Because of the stock market problems?
So. Jackson thinks on a different level. I hadn't considered that before. That's from the 636. Do you feel like you think on a different level?
Yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's like a compliment. But yes, I definitely think on a different level.
This different level is wondering if we're going to get an NFL or an NBA team?
Not necessarily.
It was dossier space filler. Okay. Let's call it for what it was.
Right. I'm just trying to mix it up, throw some things out there.
And you put that as the lead, too.
No, see, that's the thing is you guys get just because it's in the A block doesn't mean I think it's the lead. It's just in the A block. Again, it's there. It's like it's an arrow in your quiver. If you want to pull it out and fire it, please do. If not, keep it there.
So if I would have started the show today, 7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to The Morning After, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Doug, do you think that in the next 25 years, #full stop, we'll get another NA sport here?
Wouldn't be the worst start.
I would have said the same thing. What's NA? Why do you have to say that?
Yeah, and already we're off to a great start. So
that is true.
Okay.
And then
that's an arrow in the quiver.
Glossed over 7-2. We for sure will have 3 local teams in the big dance, maybe even 4 if FOTS, Josh Schertz, can just get hot. Which local area team do you think would get this market the most fired up if they were to go on a run?
Burn that question. I was going to say.
Do you think if college hoops, it could be tabled. I'm just letting them know.
Well, now the dossier
glossed over it.
Well, the dossier seems now like it's peer reviewed, and
is this a peer reviewed dossier?
You know, and so I didn't know I was kind of entering into that. I appreciate.
You're not being mocked. I'm just sharing with the audience what we as hosts failed to get to.
Right.
Do you think if college hoops is to grab stronger footing in the region, a local team needs to make a deep run? College hoops team. I think Mizzou is the answer, of course.
Yeah, Mizzou.
They would get the
Mizzou still has more fans here than St. Louis U.
One could argue, though, if St. Louis U went on a Cinderella-like run in the A10 tournament and then continued getting hot and winning this baby in the big dance, that would capture a lot of people around the country, not just in the region.
Yeah. When Charlie Spoonhour was here and they were filling up the arena, St. Louis U basketball was on fire.
It was the highest attendance in college basketball.
Yeah.
That is a real thing. Martin, were you here for that?
No, I was not. Well, I mean, I came here and Spoon was still here, but I missed sort of the Highmark, Claggett, H-Wolf, and I missed that whole era where they'd play at the arena.
Yes.
And I think people have said that at that time, right, the NFL wasn't here. Cardinals were down. There'd been the baseball lockout, and maybe even NHL lockout somewhere in that 94 window. So it was like the perfect time for SLU to sort of take over the town.
Now, that atmosphere was insane.
Yeah, it was.
I love it. I mean, yeah, if you do indeed have 4 teams, then you'd like your chances to have at least one get to the second weekend of the tournament. And maybe a matchup in, where is it, Martin? In Atlanta between Missouri and Illinois, according to Joe Lidorti.
Yeah. And I don't want Coach Barone to look ahead, but according to that bracket, if SIU Edwardsville were to advance, get past Duke and others, they would eventually meet with Marquette.
Wow.
So, once again...
So boy, there's the committee.
Once again, they've done it.
So who would you root for, SLU or Marquette?
You can be honest.
Well, I'm a journalist first.
Journalist?
Yeah. Well, Mizzou Marquette has happened twice in my time here in town. And of course...
0309?
Rooted for a great game, mostly.
I'd be upset if you didn't root for Marquette.
Of course.
Yeah, it'd be weird if you rooted for Missouri.
I was rooting for Marquette, of course.
Sharon and Clayton is now seemingly unhappy with Jackson.
I thought she already was.
It seems perpetual.
Well, once you use this word, though, I think it means business. You have the audacity to say that to me, considering the overall history gist of this show. Pot, meat, kettle. That's Sharon and Sanibel Clayton.
I don't even know you.
She's coming after me. You're big time.
I don't even know who she is. This is we do not know each other.
Well, she does have a lot of fabulous vacation homes.
And good on her. You know, I respect it.
Jackson, for your question, would a WNBA or NPSL team count as a major league? That's from Just Don't Press Push.
No.
Yikes.
Sorry. Sometimes you got to be blunt.
You can be a fan of both Mizzou hoops and SLU hoops. Signed Big Daddy of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I would say I fall in that category.
Yeah, me too.
Obviously, a bigger fan of Missouri. And like if SLU loses, it doesn't crush me and my soul. Whereas with Mizzou,
Every
it does.
Mizzou loss crushes your soul?
When they're good, yeah.
Have you ever been like Stephen A., horny Stephen A., and just laid on the ground for 2 hours after a defeat?
I've never been that. I did lie on the ground when Andy Chavez caught the Scott Rowland ball. That was like my first ever
8. That's acceptable at 8.
Well, if Mizzou like lost in a heartbreaking fashion in the tournament, I'd probably lie on the floor.
Yeah.
You would?
He would. And you're doing the live stream? Is this starting on Thursday for the SEC tournament?
No.
You're waiting to the big tournament.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for the big dance. But,
watch.
Yeah, big dance.
Oh, Martin, this is a thing.
I can't wait.
Chairman Kurt creates gifs immediately of it.
On or off meds?
Off.
You'll be off them.
Well, it'll be before bed. I'm not going to. Can't.
But you know there's going to be a bunch of 101 listeners cheering against your team in the chat. How are you going to handle that? Are you going to interact with them?
So is life.
So is life.
Gosh.
So deep.
Against Illinois, I did fall to the ground after the Illinois loss.
The bragging rights game?
Yeah.
Fell to the ground.
Well, Jacob Cruz had that look at the end. He almost hit it. Almost had a game-winning 3, yeah. And so
I
when
can
he
see
missed
maybe
it, he went to the
slumping
ground.
back into your chair or the couch, but actually falling to the ground?
I was like on my knees before that.
Were you?
Yeah, well, begging for a bucket. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I can't help it.
I guess.
Can't help it.
I guess.
But I love what I love.
Do you think Stephen A. was exaggerating, perhaps?
Yes. He might not have been able to consummate, but I could see him. But I don't think he was on the ground for 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
It's a long time.
Muscles would atrophy.
Sharon and Clayton is not happy with me, Doug.
What no?
Also, Tim reads texts out of order. So you... I just read what I see.
A lot of demands coming from Sharon and Clayton. A lot of demands.
So if you read my previous one about gagging on Stephen A. Smith and the fossil... Is that the name of the podcast?
I just don't know.
Name of the segment.
You know why I didn't appreciate the grinding comment. Once again, I'm just a listener, so I'm not important. Or so not important. I don't know. I try to edit.
Oh, my God.
Doug, that's from Sharon.
You've really angered some of our listeners now.
By what? Doing my job? Like, I don't understand. I cut some audio. She didn't like it, and now I've committed some sort of offense to her? I don't know.
By texting this show incessantly, isn't Sharon falling behind on her cold calls and emails selling various timeshare properties to the elderly, misguided, and the dumbs? Doug, that's Carlos Spicy.
Misguided.
Dumbs.
I like the misguided.
Martin, I'm looking forward to the conversation we got coming up here.
Coach Barone, Brian Barone, 6th year with the Cougars. They're going to the big dance. I usually don't say the big dance, but when it's a team like this, I get excited.
I love
for
saying
them.
the big dance.
I don't like
Let's go dancing.
You know, you talk about the tournament, they'll probably be in prime time, too. They like to put those 16 ones in prime time. They're not going to put Warburton or Duke at 1 o'clock on a Thursday. He's going to be in the prime time on CBS.
His coach.
Edwardsville, the Cougars.
Iron Eagle, maybe?
Ooh.
And all of ILL's going to be cheering because he's going up against Bruce Bull? Man, this is
Bruce Pearl.
It's all happening. And we're going to ask him if he pays attention to Joe Lenardi's bracketops.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
And he is going to validate it right here, Doug, and you'll have to issue an apology to Joe Lenardi.
No.
That's all coming your way next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
You head to the grocery store, you know it's going to hit you with a little sticker shock, but not when you go to Schnucks because they're making sure you save money, marking down prices on not 10, not 20, not 100, 2,300 items have all been marked down throughout the store at your neighborhood Schnucks. Whether you're stocking up on chicken, the Tyson Family Pack, Jackson's favorite, the Stoke Cold Brew, all marked down. And when you make out a grocery list, I need a little of this, a little of this, something on that list is going to be marked down. That's what happens when they go and mark down 2,300 items. Also check the digital shelf tags around the store, finding tons more items, all with lower prices. They're doing something about it at your neighborhood friendly Schnucks. Everyday savings you can count on. Download the Rewards app. Make sure you're saving money, getting money back to you when you go shopping these days. It's tough. Schnucks is doing their part. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Hawks defeat the Sixers last night, 132-123. Dyson Daniels with 25 points and 6 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. The YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And our 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the head coach of the SIUE Cougars. And Martin wants everybody to know a Marquette guy as well, Brian Barone. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We are wonderful. I would imagine you are even better. How have the last few days been for you and your guys?
Oh, just been hanging out, taking the kids to volleyball practice, and
it's casual,
checking homework. You know, not doing anything new, just the usual day to day, right?
I like that.
It's been I have been doing that. My wife's way more, but no, it's been great. I mean, our guys are obviously excited. You know, it was cool sitting in the locker room yesterday talking about the week and our plan, and you know, it's spring break here, and you know, how many college kids want to stay on campus for spring break? And I got 15 guys that do, so it's pretty cool.
All right, tell us about the scissors, Coach. We all saw you break them out on the broadcast the other night. Give us the whole backstory.
You know, so it's crazy how that's taken off, because it was just a thought, and it's been a whirlwind with that. And it's 6 years ago when I, was fortunate to get the job. It was like the second day. I thought, I want to have something that's ours, and you want to have a goal. And I just said to our manager, I said, hey, will you go get the most expensive pair of scissors, thinking it's going to be like, $10, right? I don't know who has expensive scissors. I'm like, just go get the most expensive pair of scissors. I said, like a silver kind, in a frame, and we're going to do an emergency to break, one day. And we just kind of put it together. He actually glued it in initially, so there's glue on the scissors, but we had to, one day it kind of fell, so we had to put little safety pin or little tacks in there and just put it above the door. And really didn't mention it a whole lot. It's the way our locker room's set. You almost wouldn't notice it because how you have to walk. You don't usually look up right there. And about 3 years ago, it started, we're winning, and it's every once in a while you talked about it. And so our guys were aware of it. I've had shirts made in the past where subtle things with the scissors on it. And it's been something that's been kind of crazy. And when we were leaving, this is the crazy part, we almost forgot them. And I know, how great is that? It would have been 6 years and then another 5 hours, because I was driving back here. We were not cutting down the net without those scissors. I would have to drive back and forth. But I ran up to the locker room. I was like, I wonder if anyone got those. And they were still there, and I was the last one on the bus. So luckily I went up and grabbed them. And then my guy Aiden Hall was walking around with them, and then you saw the rest.
And you needed them because you beat SEMO to win the Ohio Valley Conference Tournament. This is after losing to Southeast Missouri State by 15 points just a few games earlier.
Oh, thanks, Doug. Way to bring up a negative. Thanks.
That's really bad. I'm sorry. On behalf of me and Martin, we're apologizing, Coach.
This is a 36-point turnaround in the span of about a week and a half. Yeah. Must have been some great coaching to do that.
Yeah, you saved it.
Oh, it was great coaching, right? It was a group of guys that know that SEMO did not see the best version of ourselves. And that was kind of our message. And honestly, it was probably less coaching by me, because we kind of went in there and said, hey, we're just going to go attack. Let's not scheme quite as much. Let's go be more aggressive from a defensive standpoint, not as tactical. And our guys really, really wanted to do that. And, I think maybe it helped us a week before, because SEMO got us at our place, and it was frustrating. They clinched the conference here, and our guys had something to prove, and they stepped up. It was a lot of fun to be part of.
Brian Barone, our guest, the coach, SIUE Cougars, going to the NCAA Tournament for the first time ever. Your dad, Tony Barone, coached at Creighton. He coached at Texas A&M, coached the Grizzlies in the NBA. Were you just around a gym your entire life? Was there a ball in your hand when you're 2-3 years old?
Yeah. I've said it, one of my first memories was just going to Bradley basketball camps with him. I was probably, 4 or 5, and he was running the camps as an assistant, I'm sure, and I stayed in the dorm with him. That's kind of my first memory, and it's like a genuine one. And I was just always around a locker room or a team. We had Jim Hendry was the coach at Creighton baseball, when my dad was the head coach at Creighton for basketball. So I'd go up there to the old gym, and half the time I was down with, in Coach Henry's batting cage, screwing around with a way too dangerous pitching machine, I'm sure, with no one around. So I was surrounded by good coaches and sports kind of just on accident my whole life. So it's been a heck of a ride.
Jim Henry, later the GM of the Cubs.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gave me my first baseball glove. My first own baseball glove, not a hand-me-down from my brother Tony.
Do you have a sense what this means to the students, to the administration, just people that are alums? We'll get people texting here. We talk a lot of Mizzou and SLU and Illinois, but we got a lot of people texting, go Cougars, that's my school. Just the sense of school pride that this is bringing out.
Absolutely. It's a really nice university. Like you come to campus, it's peaceful, it's gorgeous, it's you got a great group of people, and I think what we have done is given the people, the alums, the current students, this is why I went here. Like, look at this place, and it's there is a sense of pride that you can feel. I mean, there's a lot of people that I didn't realize were SIUE alums that I'm around every day. Even these last couple of days, I'm running into parents I have 4 kids in the community. So I've had 4 or 5 people that I'm around daily that they're talking about like pride because they're an alum. And I'm like, I didn't even know you went. I just knew that you was like Johnny's mom, Johnny's dad. So it's been kind of cool.
And I see you've got 4 or 5 players from the St. Louis area, but you've also been able to recruit from around the country too. So the profile of the school is growing, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean it's a great just take this opportunity. It's a great location, right? I mean it's easily accessible. You got multiple degrees that are you could do anything here. I mean it's got a city right next to it where you want to be in a city feel. You can be there in 20 minutes, or if you want to, kind of be a little bit more to yourself or a little bit more college atmosphere, you stay here. So it's a great sell when guys. The biggest thing when people get to campus, they always leave wowed. As long as I don't screw it up, they always leave wowed. So that's like during COVID, it was tough because our biggest selling point is us. But you couldn't bring guys here, right? You couldn't show them the campus. So that was a struggle, but we still managed to show enough.
Brian Barone, the head coach of SIUE, tournament bound, our guest here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You can watch the show, youtube.com/TMASTL, and of course, live stream it on the Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers app. Coach, we spent a lot of time on Joe Lunardi's bracketology here.
Maybe too much. Maybe.
And Doug here does not necessarily believe that Lunardi knows what's going to happen. I do, and I take it as gospel. But my question is somebody who is headed to the tournament, we know you're going to the tournament. Have you taken a look at bracketology?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, you're sitting in there. Come on, that's what I used to be the one, and this is how screwed up some of the rankings used to be back in the day. I used to be the one that my dad would give me the 800 number to call and say, hey, put in the coach's top 25 full. I can say that now.
You were the one doing the rankings for your father.
Wow.
I was, and I should have been voting. Like, there's no way. But now I realize that he was probably tired and like, oh, I got a call by 9 o'clock. Go do it. And like, he gave me some guidance. But no, I've been like, yeah, that's what you do, right? I mean, why not do that? Like, I know when I go to the Final Four, the first thing I do is I go get the bracket shirt. But there's one every year, and it's fun. As a staff, I sat in here yesterday. I said, okay, let's map it out. Like, let's see who we might play, and kind of. We're not going to waste time and scout 15 teams right now, but let's kind of have some fun with this. Like, we get to do this, and it's overwhelming. There's no doubt it's overwhelming. It's a great problem to have, but holy cow! Like it's I do know the thing that I thought about yesterday is like, all right, every decision I make moving forward is going to continue to be, all right, what affects the team winning and losing, and if start with that, and then I'll do everything else that we need to do. And bracketology is one of the things that we were on yesterday for a while.
Yes.
There it is.
There it is, Doug. I think you'll send a letter of apology to Joe Lenardi today, and that'll be good. That'll be the right thing to do.
I don't agree with them all the time. No. Like, I'm not always agreeing with them, but
it's kind of fun.
It's fun to play with.
Well, let's go through it. You'll be facing Quinnipiac, as you know, and then if you get past Quinnipiac, you got Duke, and that's going to have to be a real treat for you, Coach.
You know, I mean, come on. I mean, right? You want to. You go to Dayton. You're going to be in a position that, you know, maybe you're favored. You know, who knows, right? I mean, how many times whoever your opponent might be, like, because we don't know right now who's going to win some of these tournaments. So, you know, whoever you match up with, it could be a heck of a game. And then, you know, we all know that anything can happen. And if we get a Duke or an Auburn or something like that, then, you know, the thing about us is we don't have a group of guys that's happy to be there. Like, we are very happy and we're excited to be there. But I know, like, when you go out on that court, we have a group of guys that, like, want to compete and want to win. So there's no way I can go, hey, guys, let's just go have a good game against Duke and have some fun. We better game plan and we better be prepared, because this group of guys is a competitive group, and that's why we're in the dance.
So if you get that 16-16 matchup, a chance to play early in the tournament, you get everyone watching those games. The whole country gets that game. Would you be good with that? I mean, it used to be, you know, the play-in was like the 11s, I think, used to go to Dayton. But are you fine with whatever?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways to look at it, right? Like I mentioned, like, if you do get a 16-16 matchup, if that's where we're slotted, I mean, you have a higher likelihood of getting a tournament win, right? Because obviously you're not playing potentially the number one seed in the overall tournament, and so obviously that's an advantage. And then you're one of only a few games you kick off the tournament. I mean, how many people can say that? I mean, it's a net. SIUE's got to be doing backflips, right? Our logo is going to be all over to start the entire tournament, and that's exciting. And then the other thing is, I say you go somewhere else, you're matching up, against someone that everyone knows about. If it's a Duke or something, like me on a personal level, it'd be great to compete against a place where my dad played for a Final Four team, in 1966. So, like, there's storylines everywhere, and if you play Marquette, maybe I'll throw the old jersey on and turn it over a few more times.
I regret that we didn't bring up Marquette sooner. Coach Barone, a 2000.
I'm surprised it took so long.
Well, you mentioned it earlier. I'm like, all right, I don't want to bring it back up. And it all goes back to Marquette. D. Wade, of course, out of Chicago, friends with Dennis Gates. You're out of Chicago. You guys are all kind of similar age. And how well do you know Gates? And obviously, Schertz is another guy you've become friends with.
Yeah, Schertz and I, it's crazy. Schertz, I was at Central Florida Community College, and I think he was at Lynn down in Florida, like my first ever job. And Schertz is somebody that he's one of the first coaches that I got to know as a coach when I was down there. I mean, think of that, and then he's here at St. Louis. So, like, I went over to his practice at the beginning of the year, and we do some of their, but not as intricate, but we do some of their offense. And that's the first time I've done that, kind of a little bit more of an open offense this year. And he's been great. Like, we've talked a lot. We text, especially at the beginning of the year. Gates is, we played Mizzou the last few years, and he had a connection, obviously, to Marquette being on that staff. So I've known him over the years. And I mean, it's nice how it's cool to connect the dots, right?
It all goes back to Marquette, Tim.
I don't know that all of it does.
I do want to ask Coach.
12 building, come on.
Yeah, and he got his communications, his master's there. Tim, is it Johnston Hall where we had a lot of classes right across from Greeby's and Real Chili?
Johnston Hall, Doug.
I do want to ask you about Rayshon Taylor, because so many programs now will pick off a kid from a mid-major and offer him some money. And Rayshon Taylor, Collinsville kid, all-time leading scorer in the history now of the Cougars program. Has been there with you for 5 years, and he stayed. I'm assuming a year ago he probably had a chance to leave.
Oh, I mean, if you think of his freshman year, he was averaging 17.5 as a true freshman. I'm sorry, he redshirted because he had just gotten hurt, and then, but his first year playing, And he got hurt again at the end of that year, but he just proven that he was obviously someone that could come back. And I've thought about it more these last 48 hours than I've thought about it in 5 years. Now, as a coach, this time of year, you're always, you got to kind of, go through, okay, what's about to maybe happen. So it goes through your mind, but I'm telling you, now I'm thinking maybe I should have worried. I should have been a little bit more worried, based on all the questions. But what he is he's loyal. I think he wanted to finish what he started. He knew he could take us here. That's why he signed here. He didn't. I was an interim initially, and he wanted to make sure that I wasn't just going to be here for you. If he was like, if I'm going to be here, I need my coach to be here. And I was like, well, that sounds good, because if you're going to be here 4 years, then I need to be here 4 years. Right now, I'm only supposed to be here 2. So, I saw what he did to Collinsville. Those crowds were following him all around his senior year. The sea of purple was everywhere at all of his games. And then, unfortunately, it got cut short because of COVID. But he's a tremendous person. His mom, Keisha, is an unbelievable mother and woman. It doesn't shock me that we've done what we've done with a guy like him.
Have you had the time to call a bunch of recruits and remind them that you're going to the tournament right now and maybe they ought to consider you?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely take advantage of, hey, this is, Brian Barone, the coach at SIUE. You kind of throw it out there a little bit, and they're like, oh, they know a little bit more now. It's been kind of neat about that. And they're on social media so much, right? I mean, it's crazy. They probably know more about us than I do at this point. So you're definitely going to capitalize on the information that's getting out there. And we just got to keep on doing what, stay true to what we need, who we are, and all that kind of stuff. But you would like to see it's going to potentially help, educate people on what we can do.
The last one for me, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Coach Gates was on a couple weeks ago, and he offered Jackson, our producer, a scholarship on the air.
Jackson's a big Missouri guy.
And I don't know, maybe we can get kind of a recruiting war going here. It's up to you, really, Coach.
You can offer Jackson.
I mean, Rayshon's going to graduate.
Okay, I need a few things. I need a GPA boost. Okay, so if someone can knock that out for me, and
might not be of much help.
I don't know. Have you heard this guy on the air?
So now you got to be better than your problems, which would be so. Now, where's your range? Are you 22 feet? Do you have to? Can you shoot behind the ball screen?
3-level score.
Ooh, 3-level.
Okay, well. So you're 0 for 2 in that. You're an intangible guy, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big intangible.
You're an intangible.
Glue guy.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Will you, let me ask you this. Can you make sure our best player gets to practice every day?
I can not only do that, I can not only provide a ride, but hydration expert.
Oh, wow.
Always keeping the guys with water.
Hey.
The little foldable chairs, the media timeouts, I can pop 2 or 3 of those open at the same time.
You sound more like a manager than a participant.
In the warm-up, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know my role.
You know your role. You're going to embrace your role. You're going to be a star in your role. So we all have the same status. We don't all have the same role. So you're going to be treated just like everyone else, but your role will be that. I like that. We need it. Yep. Offered.
Okay. Done.
Offered. There it is. This guy's got 2 scholarship offers.
Want you to stay closer to home.
My dad did go to SIUE.
Oh, my goodness.
Right?
What a beautiful story.
How did we bury that lead? I didn't know that.
2 degrees.
Oh.
Dunking on me.
Coach, we're good now.
Yeah, now you're good, Jackson. You're in. Congratulations.
All right,
Coach, a lot of people listening and fired up for what you guys have done and really looking forward to next week, as I know you and your team and all alums in the area are as well. Congratulations on the accomplishment, and here is to a long stay in the NCAA tournament.
Let's do it. Thank you for having me, and it's an absolute joy, and I'm a lucky dude to be the coach. So let's keep this thing going.
Amen. That's Coach Brian Barone with us here on the Morning After. Thanks, Coach. With
Thank
us
you.
on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and Jackson has just been offered a second. And ever since Dennis Gates offered him the scholarship, Missouri has been
flourishing,
trending now.
I have a feeling it's going to come down to the NIL money for you, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to say that, but my beak is extremely dry over here, and so that's going to need to be changed.
Needs to be wetted.
I didn't know your dad went there, so it's all
right.
Minute Bowl eligible. It says he teaches there, and he's got some kids and players in his classes.
Yeah,
so
my dad's a proud Cougar.
Well, that. And it is a great campus.
No, it's awesome.
I was there last
It's
Wednesday
huge.
when we had that wind and blizzard thing going on. It's huge.
All of
Giant
Edwardsville
campus.
is really nice.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
yeah.
live on the St. Louis side, you never get over to Edwardsville. You'd be surprised how nice that town is.
No surprise to me,
Growing
baby.
leaps and bounds.
And he's looking at the bracketology, Doug.
Yeah, how's that make you feel, Doug? I
Well,
guess you'll be issuing an apology.
You can glance at it just for fun, but when Lenardi comes up with a bracket a month ago telling you what city and what time your game is going to start, I don't buy it.
You know, that tournament, they always do it. We said Mizzou and Illinois currently in a bracket where they could meet. I forgot his dad played at Duke. So if they were in that Quinnipiac 16-16 and they advanced to play Duke, you'd have the storyline,
There
Tim.
you go, Doug. It's all happening.
All right, be fun.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
They do more than just eat.
Rigatoni?
Baroni. Yeah.
Oh, no. Now SIUE is screwed. It's the Berkey curse. That's from Sweet, Sweet Kai. Your buddy.
I know. It's always your own guys.
We're breaking the curse. It's nonsense.
It is nonsense, you know? It has nothing to do with me.
It's like we went to spring training and now the Cardinals can't hit. Get out of here.
How about Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, says, wow, wow, wow. Great interview. That's Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies online at evergreenstl.com. And I would recommend this. You give them a call, 314-889-0503. And somehow, magically, after talking to them for 15 minutes, you're going to feel better about not only your financial situation, because now you've taken the first step to get a plan together, both for the short and the long term. You're going to feel better about life in general. That's why Doug calls him a life Sherpa.
Life Sherpa.
He will guide you through the mountainous region that is our life's terrain.
Oh, wow, that's nice.
Think about that, Mark. You can go ahead and use that if you would like. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. It's 9:23 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Kwame Voyukas IV, who I guess you're sideways with, Martin, along with Steven Time. He grades your guests.
It's fine.
He says, B+ Martin, I'll always have a soft spot for Barone for shoving Travis Ford in a locker and starting the chain of events that ended with us getting Coach shirts. So he likes having Coach shirts. I guess he didn't like Travis Ford, and therefore he likes your guest because he is the one who put Travis Ford in the locker.
SIU Edwardsville a year ago beat
Yes.
the Billikens at, I believe, at Shafit. So he's saying that helped lead to the demise of Travis, which opened the door for co-host Josh Schertz.
There you go.
I'm going to text Schertz and say, hey, no offense, but this Barone seems to be co-host material.
He's
There he
upsetting
goes.
apple carts.
And, hey, Dennis Gates and Barone have offered Jackson scholarships. Haven't heard anything from the Billikens.
It's true. I did get that jersey, though.
You did get the jersey.
Yeah, that was nice.
And then you posted it on your social media. Blessed to get an offer from St. Louis University.
Yeah, with that highlight tape I have.
Yeah. And
Usually
then
when
Brian Kelly came up from behind and started grinding on
It's
you.
true. We did. Me and Chairman Kerr that video.
The best thing to do is say I've cut it down to my final 10 schools I'm considering.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do.
With all their little logos on some weekly edited graphic.
Jackson will need an assistant to make sure he takes his meds. That was quite a peek at reality yesterday morning. That's from Chairman Steve.
I didn't
in
think it was
Wildwood.
that
Are you
bad.
going to get an assistant when you start playing college basketball?
That seems a little much. Oh, my Russell Wilson. I didn't think it was that bad.
It was. The 9 o'clock hour was one thing. As I looked, and we had been on the air for 10 seconds with dead air, and you were just casually making your way back to the studio, and I thought to myself, I don't know what we're going to do. That was the moment that stood out
That's
to me.
fair. But I don't think that had anything to do with my medicine. I just think that was me being incompetent. That could happen on or
See, I don't
off
think
medicine.
you're incompetent.
But
I think you're distracted.
I think I can be incompetent.
Hey, Peter Pan, we're getting out of a break here.
I must have misread how much time we had. We had I thought we had 2 minutes.
You were
I could pee
but
in
you
2
were
minutes.
floating a little bit as if you maybe weren't as locked in, which the medicine helps you lock
Yeah,
in.
it
You didn't
does.
seem maybe as attuned.
I just don't want it to seem like that I can't function. I'm
just a
good.
blubbering mess without it.
I'm very good. I'll be all right.
Well,
But
so for the
better
first
with
3
it.
years you've been on the show, you were on the show, you weren't taking it.
No.
Okay.
No. Nope.
But you do need someone like Mark Hanna to guide you through the mountainous terrain of your life.
It's such a pleasure having someone like Mark Hanna guide you through the Tyrannius.
Perfect. Do another bump.
Is that what Booth said when he shot Lincoln?
Doug?
Sic semper tyrannis.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at that. This show is educated. Email in on the education of this show, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug, you love power rankings?
Well.
And Stuart Mandel has ranked the top 25 coaches in college football.
Oh, gosh.
Can't wait. So start putting your rankings together.
All
See how
right.
many you're going to get. It's coming up. TM8 101 ESPN. Weather warms up, and one of the things that starts happening, engagement season. Are you thinking about popping the question here in the near future? If so, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch Jewelers. Check them out online at ninjabling.com. They are in Richmond Heights, close to Clayton, and right across from the St. Louis Galleria. And here is the thing that I want to make sure I let the audience know about. You got plenty of box stores, national chains, and all that all over the area. That's, hey, whatever, to each their own. But this is a St. Louis business, and this is going to give you specific customer service to your needs. In addition to that, Moritz Reusch has been around since 1982, and the experience in the industry goes back even further, and that goes back to the fact that this is third generation for Dan at Moritz Reusch. The experience is second to none. You have a budget. They stick to the budget. They respect that, and they guide you through the process. It's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Come in and see Dan and the family at Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com.
Did somebody put in a request? Or is this just Jackson kind of diversifying his playlist?
Just playing some bangers.
All right, fair enough. It's a Banger Tuesday on TMA. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. The show's the morning after, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, joined in the previous segment by SIUE head coach Brian Barone, as the Cougars are on their way to the NCAA Tournament, and maybe he becomes a household name over the next 11 days. That's the magic of March.
No. Well, he would become if they were to beat Duke.
You better believe it.
Oh, my God.
And then all of a sudden, there's a job opening, and everybody's talking about getting Brian Barone.
Yep, that's how it works, man.
Now the Cougar fans are, thanks, Tim. Thanks. We just got to this level.
Just telling you how it works.
That's Stan Heath blueprint.
Stan Heath would be an example. Went from Kent State to Arkansas. Am I correct, Nurse?
Yeah.
Is the only guy to like stay in a situation like that be like Mark Few at Gonzaga? It feels like everyone else who makes has a big moment like that moves on.
Gulf
moves up.
Coast went to USC.
Andy Enfield.
Yeah.
I think he's at SMU now.
Porter Moser stayed after the Final
He did
Four.
stay for a while.
Yeah, he stayed longer than you thought.
The little guy whose legs kicked in the air after beating Marcus Fizer at Iowa State. He was at Hampton and then went to a Missouri Valley school. I can't remember which Missouri Valley school. Wow. I think he might have gone to Evansville. The Purple Aces. I am crowdsourcing. I'm crowdsourcing, acting like I'm asking, and then Martin started to look, and I felt like, all right, mission accomplished. I got what I was looking for.
I can picture that kind of chubby fella, kind of hoisted in the air.
His legs were kicking like the Dickens.
Yeah.
He was kicking like the Dickens.
Raleigh Massimino?
One of the players hoisted him.
Yeah.
Well, his
kind
legs
of had
were
a Raleigh look to it.
And was that the same night that Missouri beat Georgia in the 8-9 matchup in Greensboro?
I don't remember that.
Because then they lost the next game
to Duke.
Was it a buzzer beater? No,
no, they cut it. They cut it close in the second half.
Buzzer beater to
against
win
Georgia. That's what I was just talking about. And then Doug goes, I don't know. And I'm like, you got to do show prep.
What year would this have been?
2001.
2001. Who's on that Duke team?
Get with it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
The 2001 Duke team, that's up there as an all-timer.
Is it Langdon or is that?
No, that was Shane Battier, Jay Williams.
Yeah, oh wow. Carlos Boozer. Yeah, Mike Dunleavy. Chris Duhon. Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. And Missouri was down 3, and we're playing them in Greensboro. And I'm like, I can't believe it. I'm sitting here watching my almost alma mater playing Duke, and this is a battle basically on their home floor, a few miles away from their campus, and they might beat one of the best teams in college basketball. And then sure enough, they ran away. But it was, I think, and it was Quinn Snyder against Mike Krzyzewski. There's that committee.
Oh, it's all by accident.
It's all by accident.
All by accident. Bill Self, he's going to play Illinois in the second round. How did that happen?
It's all by accident. That's the deal. Hey, email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at 10:50. If you missed anything, we also were joined by John Kelly. You can podcast it. That's via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And Doug, you know about Schaefer Door, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I certainly do. That's Schaefer, SCHAEFER. They can guide you through the mountainous terrain of your garage.
Nice. Mountainous terrain's our theme.
Right. If the garage door should break, and sometimes they do, it is the largest moving part to your home. And when they go bad, you got a real issue, but that's when you call Schaefer. It's 636-782-3608. Okay, I'll say it again. 636-782-3608. You ought to put that on a little Post-it note right by that button just inside your garage door. So anytime something goes wrong, you'll know who to call. They've got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They service all kinds of garage doors. Doesn't matter what the make is, but they service and have new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and the best you can buy. They also service commercial doors, so if you run a business or warehouse with those big, giant garage doors, Schaefer is well experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there. They are big enough for any job. They are small enough that when you call, you'll actually talk to a person on the other end of the phone. Service text, not commission-based. So go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text them at 636-782-3608. They'll get right out there to get you taken care of. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Steve Murfeld was the coach of Hampton in 2001 when they knocked off Iowa State. He did leave, in fact, for Evansville. Wow. And he is currently an assistant at Creighton on the Creighton staff since 2010. Wow.
More bracketology just coming in, Doug, across my desk from a listener.
Okay.
And I know you like when there's updated bracketology. This is from Jerry Palm.
God, really?
And let's see what we've got. Missouri, a 6 seed. Oh, wow. Taking on VCU.
Okay.
Jackson does not like that matchup. That's what I saw in the reaction there. And then in the same region, Illinois is a 7 seed going up against Major Harris in West Virginia.
All right. Well, what about the bracketology we read about a week ago or a day ago when they had a totally different opponent and game time and place where they're going to play?
Well, things
We
change.
should just throw all that out?
Yeah, with the game.
They absolutely change. That's why we don't need the bracketology until the bracket comes out.
Dump out of Doug. He's out of line. We just heard from a guy in the tournament saying he loves bracketology.
Yeah. Who would be your preferred matchup, Doug? VCU or Baywa?
I guess Baywa. It's at least more fun to say.
Baylor can play. So can VCU.
What's that?
I said Baylor's.
Yeah, so can VCU.
Yeah, they're all good.
Yeah.
This time of year, you got to beat. You got to beat the best.
To beat a man, you got to beat the man. And baby, I am the man. Rolex time, 24 hours camera. It's been your pleasure. Doug, you wanted the power rankings. I got them.
Okay.
Stuart Mandel just released his top 25 college football coaches.
25 of them. God bless America.
Why is that a problem?
Did he have absolutely nothing else to do yesterday? I mean, it's totally subjective, right?
We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Thank you.
That's my number one.
Okay.
You would put Brian Kelly as number one?
No. Number one, goofball. That's not true.
Your Jackson Burkett. Mount Rushmore of goofball.
Goofball coaches? Or
Yeah,
just
goofball coaches. Yeah,
Okay.
goofballs the world over. We could have a much longer list.
Goofballs. Well, for the record, Jackson did hit one of them. Brian Kelly is number 12.
Is it
12?
Kirby
12.
Smart's got to be 1 or 2.
Kirby Smart is 1. See?
Okay.
This all makes sense.
Dan Lanning.
Ryan Day has got to be.
Dan Lanning is 5. Ryan Day is 2. See, you can do this.
All right. Well, those are the teams that are there every single year. Every year they're there.
Do you think you can get 3?
How about a fellow by the name of James Franklin?
Oh, wow. James Franklin, number 8. Kind of a surprise play to go with, but I respect it.
Penn State's always good. Kalen DeBoer.
Number 4.
Okay, he had a bad year this year.
You've got 4, 5, 7.
Okay, well, these are the top guys.
Yeah, but you don't have 3.
Belichick doesn't count, I guess, because we don't know what he's done. How about Dobble Sweeney?
Number 6.
Number 6.
See, so you have to acknowledge Stuart Mandel's list.
I don't know. How hard is it to come up with the list? Who are
You
the
haven't
best
come up
team?
with number 3 yet.
Who are the best? Okay, initials, please.
MF?
Mother.
No.
Okay.
I was texting.
Oh yeah, I got.
Is he not on there?
That's a good guy. He's number 10.
Oh, okay.
Marcus Freeman.
Oh, okay.
I kind of, when I was looking at him, I'm like, I
what
thought he
Doug was going with the M and the F.
MF.
No. We already said Marcus Freeman.
Okay.
Careful.
Okay. Number 4, please.
Number 3. We already got it. Kalen DeBoer.
Okay. Number 5, then.
Dan Lanning already got it.
Okay.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
I'm not base burglar.
The base burglar.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony.
Yeah, here he comes. Initials, please, on the next one.
SS.
Oh, Sam Smith? Who's he coach?
Body Shop.
Stuart Symington? Wasn't he a senator? And now he's coaching?
Hook 'em, Doug. Hook 'em.
Steve Sarkisian.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was easy.
I think I could give you, if I offered you $20, like a realistic play. You know what? I'll do it. Hell, I'll do it, Martin.
Okay.
This is only for Doug. Because I can't have people jumping in if I'm putting my money on the line. I have no upside on this, too.
No, you don't.
And said number 7. Guess it.
How about the guy at Iowa State, Campbell?
No, but not a bad guess. Number 9. Matt Campbell.
Okay. Can I have initials? What if I guessed it with initials?
No. I'll be happy to give you the initials, but my $20 is off the table.
Okay.
What about a conference? Could you give him a conference?
What is this? I made a play. We're not
How
adjusting the
about Deion
terms.
Sanders?
No.
No, son of a...
Drink?
No, did not get ranked. Was not ranked.
I thought maybe that would be the surprise. Now he's going to go after Stewart. I thought maybe that'd be the surprise.
Bielma and Drinkwitz did not get ranked.
No, this list is fake then.
So you do not recognize the list.
Brian Kelly 12 and Drink not on there? Just kidding. I don't care.
True son.
Dan Lanning.
No, already guessed.
Oh, son of a...
Already
I
ranked
knew
number
it
5.
was. I knew it wasn't going to be him.
Concede.
Okay.
You don't have to give me $20, by the way.
I don't want the 20, but I would like the initials.
LL.
LL.
Ladies love Cool James.
Yeah, Leonard Little.
Lou Lewis?
Nope.
Lewis.
Lewis Lips?
Lanny Lincolnham?
What?
Who was he coach?
Lanny? His first name is Lanny?
Yes.
What's that short for?
I've never heard this deep into the time kill music. It really picks up.
It's like 18 minutes long.
Nice. Well, if you ever go to the bathroom again, Jackson, start
just play this.
Roll.
LL. Did you say, is that what you said?
I did.
LL. Second letter, first name, please.
A.
Larry Lucas. I haven't heard of him.
Leaping Larry.
Jackson, do you know?
LL.
See, I mean, that's what Chairman Kurt knows. Don't say anything, Chairman Kurt. Martin, you don't know either. I can tell by the look on your face. This is the number 7 coach ahead of...
Oh, Lance Leopold?
Lance Leopold.
Lance Leopold?
The Kansas coach?
Lance Leopold?
Whoa.
Lance Leopold.
Now Jackson's mad in a hornet.
At number 7. Ahead of James Franklin?
Ahead of Marcus Freeman.
Oh, my God.
Ahead of Brian Kelly, Lane Kiffin.
What, Doug make this list?
Oh! Doug, you're not as upset about Lance Leopold at 7, I know.
Well, no, I was going to guess.
He's kind of a Kansas.
That's what I'm saying. Lance Leopold? What were they, like, they have 5 wins last year? What are we doing?
What's a Shishawali list?
What are we doing?
Lance Leopold. All right. Guess.
Okay, is that the end of the list? Or we have to guess number 8?
You already did.
It's James Frank.
Will it be?
Who haven't
will it
we
be
guessed?
Doug, it could
You
be
already got it.
updated
There's the
tomorrow.
top 10.
We've got the whole 10.
The top 10. Signetti, Kelly, Kiffin, Whittingham at Utah 14, Heupel at Tennessee 15, Kirk Ferentz at 16, Jamie Chadwell at Liberty, Chris Kleiman at Kansas State, Jeff Brom at Louisville, and Jeff Monk in Army, Kalani, Kirkwood.
That's the Kirkwood guy at BYU.
Rhett Lashley at SMU, Willie Fritz at Houston, Jonathan Smith at Michigan State, John Summerall at Tulane. There's your top 25 college football coaches. Wow. Per Stuart Mandel.
Okay. Gosh, thank God we got that list in.
You had $20, and you guessed Larry Lubers, the former Cardinal pitcher.
Kansas finished 10th in the Big 12
Jackson's
last year.
not gonna be
It's so
able to
dumb. Like, what are we doing?
I can see
This is why I did the list.
What are we doing? That's my favorite response.
Their last game was against Baywa, and they lost 45-17, and that's your 7th best coach?
Well, when you do a list like this, you have to do a few outrageous picks so people talk about it and argue about it.
I guess.
If you just have the obvious and everyone goes, well, I could have done that.
Then you go like Kenny Dillingham there, someone who's actually like hot, not Lance Leopold.
You think Kenny Dillingham's hot, Doug?
I don't know what he looks like.
He gets all fired up, and that's pretty great. I don't get that list at all, but what are you going to do?
If it would have been anybody other than Kansas's head coach, would you be this worked up right now?
And I'm trying to be objective here, but a team that finished in the basement of a bad conference and he gets to be the 7th, he's the 7th. You're like, oh, I liked what he was doing. Did you watch the UNLV game? It was awful. It was some of the worst coaching I've ever seen.
No, I didn't see that game.
Barry Odom deserves to be 7 over Lance Leopold. That's
so you take Barry Odom over Eli Drinkwitz, it sounds like. Wow. Have fun on Power Mizzou today.
I wouldn't take, I would take Beamer over all of them.
Did Drinkwitz make the top 25?
No. Brett Bielema did not either.
Yeah, that's so dumb.
So you would put Bielema and Drinkwitz in the top 25?
I mean, I would entertain it, but I would certainly have him over Lance Leopold.
Number 7.
That would have been made sense if that was last year, like going into last season.
Fella.
No, but they had some hype around them. People were like, all right, maybe Kansas football is back. Again, new facility. That would make sense. After last year, it was kind of like, oh no, we had expectations and we stunk.
Hey guys, Kenny Dillingham has a hot wife. Thanks. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Doug, does that factor into your?
No, I imagine most of them do. These guys make $5-6 million a year. I don't know
what you're trying to say right there, but
I don't imagine they're
Martin and I are
getting hitched to a bunch of uglies.
Offensive. Thank you, Martin. Hey, let me tell you this. If you are feeling like you want to improve your aesthetics, I say you go and work with that Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. He built brand new offices on Manchester in Baldwin with the most modern technology, with the patient experience at the front of mind. You don't even need to make a call to schedule. Just go to 100westdental.com. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And it is a great offer for our audience. $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental when you mention my name. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kerr with you. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Mortgage loans can get complicated. Together Credit Union here to help you through the entire process as your hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer, whether it's a fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, home equity, jumbo loans. They have it all. Go in and get help in person with Together Credit Union with their awesome staff. They even have specific specialty loans like the FHA, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union understands it gets a little complicated. Let their team guide you through the entire process, all handled in-house, all right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced lending team will handle underwriting, servicing, everything in between, all done locally. So remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Find out more. Check out rates, togethercu.org. Here is to making St. Louis your home. For your next mortgage, you work directly with Together Credit Union. 14 area locations. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Wow. Jackson told me that this was going to be return music for me. And Doug, you, of course, recognize it as what is considered by television critics to be the greatest sitcom of all time.
Different Strokes?
Seinfeld. Friends.
Curb. All of it takes a back seat.
And then Different Strokes. I think Webster, but I sometimes just think that's more of a confusion thing.
The FBI wouldn't rest until the entire cast of Different Strokes is behind bars.
Now, this is the Different Strokes theme as played live by Boyz II Men.
This is actually Boyz II Men? Wonderful.
Yep, live in front of a studio audience.
Wow. Gary, come back.
I believe Alan Thicke actually was the one who sang Different Strokes on the show.
Really? There really have been some great songs as theme songs for TV shows.
Best Mount Rushmore of...
Gilligan's Island right up there at the top.
Brady Bunch is so catchy. Maybe it's kind of cheesy, but you can't forget it. Happy Days?
Greatest American Hero was a good one.
That's a nice obscure play. That's a nice obscure play. Jackson, can you pull theme song for Greatest American Hero? Because I bet about 25% of the audience at the most knows that song.
Yeah, it was a great song
Believe
for a TV
it or
show.
not,
Yes,
Jackson's
Martin.
not back for the break.
Yeah.
He's still in the can. He forgot he is late.
Snorting Addy. All right, here it is, Doug. The Greatest American Hero, 1982, 1983, 84?
What a weird show.
Connie Selica?
Yes.
Oh, this is the jam. Was this song made for the show, or did the song already exist and then they used it for the show? Because the guy was just like a middle manager guy, like working at an Enterprise and lived at Brentwood Forest. But then, like, when there'd be bad guys, he would dress up in underwear and fly around. And in hindsight, the premise didn't really seem like it was going to be a winner, and yet, alas, it was.
Yeah, it's a good show. Maybe just because of the song.
Guys in Hollywood on acid, so let's just see if they bite.
They did. Connie Selica. The theme song for Cheers. Is that on the Mount Rushmore? We're getting text for that one.
I got the, I have the Rolling Stones list. Number 1, they have the Jeffersons.
It's a nice play.
Moving on up.
Yeah. Number 2, they have a tie between the Brady Bunch and Gilligan's Island. Number 3, Sanford and Son. Number 4, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. That was on the CW. I don't know that one.
Familiar with that.
That's the Lance Leopold of that list.
Yeah, for real. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, PBS fame. Twilight Zone. It's a good one. John Williams. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, my karaoke song. Friends, number 8. The OC, number 9. And then Too Many Cooks at number 10. I don't know that show.
Get out of here.
Game of Thrones at 11. Cheers at 13.
Cheers is in there.
MASH on
The Wire at 14, down the hole.
Car 54, where are you? On there anywhere at all?
Rockford Files at 16.
Oh, jeez.
Guys, Mr. Belvedere has to be on there. It's from Dewey Oxberger.
Sopranos at 19.
Ooh.
Woke
Well, if
up
we're going to
this
include
morning.
dramas, then Sopranos might be Mount Rushmore.
That just sounds like a musical bed, though. That's not really a song.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
it
about?
is.
Like with the Sopranos?
No,
Got
woke up
me
this
a gun.
morning. got
Jackson's doing kind of
myself a gun.
the musical from the 7th grade version of it, but it's got a little edge to it.
Okay.
It's got full lyrics. It's like a minute and 20-second like theme rolling the credits and stuff.
I know, but it's just music. There's nobody singing.
Yeah, there is. Woke up this morning. Got myself a gun.
I guess I didn't stick around for the ending credits.
This would roll before every episode.
I'm trying to think
Tony
of the
driving
music.
through the tunnel
Yeah,
from
I
New
remember
York
that,
to back
but
to Jersey.
I guess I just don't remember the singing.
Oh yeah, it's full lyrics.
Huh.
What about Silver Spoons? That's from the 314. That was with that cute little Ricky Schroeder, and he had a car going through his living room, or a train, actually. I think.
Really?
And that was with Joel Gray and Linda Gray. You ever watched Silver Spoons? And was Alfonso Ribeiro on that? I think he was.
Following Fresh Prince or before?
Before.
Wow.
Woke Up This Morning, sung by Alabama 3, the band Alabama 3.
F Troop had a nice theme song.
I said Wonder Years, Jackson. Play it. That's from Scissor Me Timbers.
Well, good thing I don't work for you. Succession at 25. Now that's no lyrics, but
haunting.
But the piano,
Doug, the
is great.
haunting piano riff of Succession.
Okay, that puts me in a good mood. Good Times at 28.
It's a nice play.
Greatest American Hero, 29.
Yeah,
it's too low. It's too low for that. It's a great song.
Was that show any good? Because it looks ridiculous.
Oh,
Looks just ridiculous.
I think the song might have made the top 40 list at some point.
Really?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like but I don't know. Is that song just from Greatest American Hero? I guess we were just asking.
I think
that.
so.
George Costanza did a version of that for his,
I'm in a tunnel.
George isn't at home.
Where can he be?
Wow, look at that.
Mary Tyler Moore, 31.
Yeah, that was a good song, too.
Good morning. Danny Pintaro votes for Who's the Boss. Danny Pintaro, of course, starred on Who's the Boss, listens to our show now, and also goes by the name Dale in Grubville.
Dale.
I feel like now, because like if you're on a streaming service, they allow you to skip the credits. But there's some great credits out. Like there's some great theme song credits rolling out there. Like you lose out a little bit. Succession's a great example. If you watch Severance, that has a great open.
Does, yeah. Doug, the Dad in Silver Spoons was a freak show. That's from Stepdad
How would
Gary.
you know that?
I thought he was just like a normal television father or
What does it mean
something.
by freak show?
I don't know. I thought this is going to color my childhood now. I don't know. I thought it was wonderful. Ricky Schroeder had a little train that would go through the living room.
That is nice. I wish I had one of those.
Yeah, I mean, those exist in Huntley, but other than that, I had never really seen anything like it, and so I loved it, but I didn't know that the father was a freak show.
How would you know?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask Stepdad Gary.
I'm not going to.
Billions has a great theme song.
It's a good one.
Welcome Back, Cotter.
That was very good. Yeah.
Charles in Charge.
I don't remember that one.
Green Acres. That's going to get you going, Doug. You're going to like that. Here we go.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's
what about Andy Griffith?
Green Acres and F Troop. It's hard to beat those.
Nothing hits more than when the Game of Thrones theme would start when it was on television. That's from Edmund's text ringtone.
That would get a little long. That would be like, I'm already going to sit down for an hour and 5 minutes of Game of Thrones. I don't need to watch the 3 minute
Need to pick
open.
up Landon at 3. Sutton gets out of practice. What is it? Who are we playing? Pirates?
How about this one? I like this play. Hill Street Blues.
Yes.
Like that play?
Yeah, very good.
Be careful out there.
It starts and ends with A-Team. That's from Bomb Scon Scoobyan.
That's a good one.
This is Facts of Life.
All right, if we had to pick one, Jackson, which one would you play right now?
If I had to pick a theme, I like the Sopranos one a lot.
But you have one ready. I was trying to walk you into...
I have the Hill Street Blues.
Let's hear
with
it,
this.
buddy.
Take a listen. Doug, this is an instrumental, right? Yeah.
Blues and Penguins Thursday.
Yeah. I'm going to get some information on this. Doug, it debuted in January of 81, and it ran until May of 1987.
Very cutting edge for the time.
Oh, is that right? Mm-hmm. And this also featured Connie Selica.
Hill Street Blues. Didn't one of the characters expose his bare backside for the first time on network
That was
television?
NYPD Blue, and that was Dennis Franz.
Yeah, is that what
I remember driving home from the University High School, Martin, which, of course, was just to the east of your former location at the 2 Fox, and there were people protesting outside of KTVI2 in the early 1990s to try to get NYPD Blue removed off the air because they found it offensive because of Dennis Franz's ass.
Yeah, they showed his backside.
So that was on network TV and people really lost their mind?
Yes.
Yeah, people need to go home, find something better to bitch about.
Is that Dick Ford talking to them out on
It
Oakland
might have been
Avenue?
him driving by. I can't even get to the emos. Move.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor of that email of the day, coming your way in 48 minutes. Jackson has a wonderful dossier, which is sponsored by Stiefel, but is he going to go to the questions since Martin kind of read through them?
Yeah, that kind of hurt.
By the way, friend of the show, Josh Shirt, I told him, I said, don't be jealous because Coach Barone was on the show and Jackson has now been offered a scholarship. He said, wow, I am jealous. What a talented staff. The Wizard of Crestwood. You also had a cool handle. I was the Dean of DePere. He forgot, apparently. Now Jackson's got a full ride to an NCAA tournament team. Really, everyone but Tim, I guess.
Whoa! How about that?
I dumped out.
Anti-eliminating.
Oh, Josh Schertz winning a lot of people over with that text, though. Martin, I know you have onboarding.
Actually, a client meeting today, so I legit.
You have a legit.
Not that I don't always have a legitimate excuse,
Right.
but yeah. So we'll see you boys tomorrow. It was a great show
God
so
bless.
far.
Yeah.
Bring it home.
And considering you already know the questions that are going to be asked.
I can't wait.
You already know what's coming. Look at Jackson staring down Martin.
You want to stick around for the Chinese food thing?
Bring it home, pal. Bring it home. These are just some in-depth quizzicals.
In-depth quizzicals coming up on the Stiefel Dossier and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brennan Croup. With the weather as perfect as it is right now in the St. Louis area, and as it will continue to be throughout the week, now people are starting to understandably think about spending time outdoors during the spring, summer, and fall months. Well, do it by getting a custom outdoor space with aesthetic design and build. I've gotten to know Dan and his team. Checked out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walked me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and then offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. If you're ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them. It's 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Bulls defeat the Pacers last night, 121-103. The Slob Wizard, Josh Giddey, with 29 points and 10 rebounds. Those are their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, it's hard to argue with this being the jam.
This is a Sopranos.
This is Sopranos.
Was this song out there before The Sopranos?
Yeah.
Or was it written for?
I think it was out before. And
John Scores in the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, says, haven't heard Youngry yet today.
And you might not. You don't want to overplay something like that. It's a jam.
No, you don't.
You just don't want to overplay.
I think you're having a big day on the ones and twos. I really do. Martin Kilcoyne is out in the 10 o'clock hour. Chairman Kurtz slides into the dais. The program's called The Morning After. It's on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett alongside. And you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. Selection Sunday is almost here. Get signed up now to play in this year's Bracket Madness Pick'em Challenge at 101ESPN.com. It is free to enter, and this year's top scorer will take home a $250 Amazon gift card and a 101 ESPN prize pack. So you are entering for free, which means you're free rolling for $250 plus. Might as well do it. See the contest rules and sign up to play now at 101ESPN.com. The Bracket Madness Pick'em Challenge is refreshed by Bud Light. Jackson, you have a query that you want to ask me and Doug and the chairman? Is that what you got going on over there?
Yeah, for sure.
This is another delay tactic. I don't know if you can pick up. I assume you could. It's pretty ABC.
You could just go.
Right. Yeah, like a little gerbil trying to make his way out of the tube.
Okay. We are on the 5-year anniversary of the NBA shutting down for COVID, which effectively shut down all sports across the world.
doesn't it? Just as soon as immediately does.
5 years later, what do you think the long-term effects of COVID are on sports, not from a health perspective, but from a sports experience standpoint?
No effect.
No
Steve,
effect?
I guess. On a sports experience? No, the games I go to now feel just like the games I went to before COVID.
Okay. It's a fair answer.
I'm trying to think. You must think that there are some, and so I want to give my time back to the gentleman from Ladue to hear your answer.
Not necessarily.
Then why'd you ask a question?
Well, because I think that no effect could be the case. Like, does it feel the same? Or
well, like, what would be examples of some things that are different now than they were in?
Like people showing up with a mask on or something?
No, I think people's commitment to sports and their favorite teams might have dropped off a little bit after COVID.
I think that's a great observation.
Yeah.
I was thinking like in stadium, in arena.
My question might have been framed that way, and I apologize.
Could that be because the teams here haven't been especially good since COVID?
You can't rule that out as a possible factor in my thought process there, but I think in general, I just think with the ever-growing options you have of things to watch/do.
I wonder, because for me, I think I'm more into college football now than I was 6 years ago. And some would say, well, that's because Missouri had the great season 2 years ago. But, I mean, they had a great season in 2013 and 2007. So I don't know on that. Maybe if we were to really try to analyze Jackson's master's thesis like question here, perhaps it's the night in, night out sports that maybe don't have the same.
Would agree.
You know what I'm talking about? Or is the NFL and college football are once a week, so it's a different deal?
Yeah, I think those sports, football specifically, put themselves above and beyond because of the once-a-week nature of it, not the every single day or every other day.
I think it's just our market. We don't get football anymore, so we're not as big of football fans. The Cardinals haven't been very good. The Blues
we're
haven't
saying
been very
football
good.
is bigger.
Yeah.
Well, college football might be bigger because the team's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Mizzou has given us something to get excited about, where the others, not so much lately.
I don't know that it's unique to sports, but I feel like stadiums have gone all credit card now. You can't pay with cash for anything.
It's kind of everywhere.
Was that not going on in 2020?
I was trying to remember if that was the case beforehand.
I feel like you could at least had cash back then. Now, for most places, you cannot have cash.
Caller Ellen says people got used to watching sports on fantastic televisions, and the in-person experience is not as popular as it once was. Perhaps it would have happened without COVID, but COVID definitely accelerated it.
Yeah, I think that it was like a forced realization that, like, I can watch all these games on my television, and maybe halfway through the game, I don't want to keep watching this. Whereas if you're at the stadium, you're watching the whole game.
And going to games has gotten really expensive, too.
Yeah.
Between the parking and the stupid prices for concession stand items and everything, a lot of people are fed up with that.
I agree with that, but, I mean, wasn't that the case in 2020, in 2019?
Well, I guess...
Or is it more so now? Has it gone up by more?
Probably has gone up. Everything's gone up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember for a long time I could pay $10 to park at a Blues game, and now it's 20 or 30.
Yeah,
we don't get football, Doug. What's going on at the Battle Dome in a few weeks, huh? Yeah. That's from the 636.
Okay. We don't get NFL football.
There you go.
That's the big one. That's the major league of all sports in this country, and we've been left out.
Once a week? You mean Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football and Saturday Football during parts of the season, and then Sunday Football? It's from the 314.
That person sounds really cool.
Well, you can watch all those nights.
A bunch of cool people sending texts like that.
You can watch all those nights, but your team is not going to play all those nights to go to the game.
A rational person would have taken that as that.
I think the Chiefs did play like 3 games in 7 days, though, at one point.
That is fair.
Somehow in December, if memory is... Thanks for reading one of my texts. I've been overtaken by Sharon. That's from Caller Ellen. There's a little battle going on between Caller Ellen and Sharon. Gone are the days of $9.95 helmet nachos. Now they're like $25. That's the part-time Nebraska fan.
When were they $9.99?
I'm sure they were at some point.
Yeah, but then you're going way back. I mean, I've never gone to a concession stand at a stadium and been like, oh, this is a normal price. No, it's more expensive. You kind of go into it knowing that.
Olds love complaining about cash being phased out. Why don't you take your horse and buggy up to Schnucks and write a damn check? That's from Big Tuft, and he's not happy now.
Who was complaining about it? He just pointed out that it's a reality.
Yeah, I don't think.
But isn't there something? There used to be something on your dollar bill said it was good for all debts, public and private.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to take it. You're supposed to be able to use it.
Not if a place doesn't accept cash.
I know, but it says all debts, public and private.
Did you not hear him?
Take it up with the treasurer, man. What do I know?
Well, no, it wouldn't be the treasurer. It'd be with those venues that tell you your cash is no good.
All right, you go up there and you yell at some.
This note is legal tender for all debts,
camera.
public and private. And so you present it someplace and they say, no, it's no good. Well, which is it?
But you go to a lot of places and they say, oh, Doug, your money's no good here.
Yeah, you probably do have that.
You're folksy like that.
I don't think that's ever happened. The $20 bill, same thing. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. And yet you can show up at a game and they'll say, nope, not good.
Yeah.
Nachos and a Tom Bernansky replica helmet were only $5 back in the day, Doug. That's from Manupal eligible.
Oh, yeah, I don't doubt it. If somebody gives you free tickets now and you go with 2 or 3 other people, you're going to spend damn near $100 if you stop at a concession stand and pay to park. And that's a free ticket.
Oh, here you go, Doug. There is no federal mandate that a private business, a person, or an organization must accept currency or coins as payment for goods or services.
And a mandate, does that mean a law?
Federal statute mandating. Sorry.
Okay. Well, then why do they bother to put that on the bills? If it's meaningless.
Probably something to do with that eyeball in the pyramid or something.
Illuminati reference?
Well,
is that an Illuminati reference on this program?
I don't know what it was.
It sounded like to me.
Yeah, stop putting it on the money if it doesn't mean anything.
All right, I'm with it.
Okay.
I'll join your crusade.
Jackson is now part of Doug's crusade. You can email in. Would you like to be part of the crusade? The morning after at InsideSTL.com. 1050 is when the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day comes your way. When Doug is sporting his hot take mittens, they are presented to you by EDF. Attention business owners. Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit the edfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. It is 10:19 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, well, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. The number, well, it's his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. He'll help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. How about this? 10 days? And he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out too. What is the bagel loan? Well, if you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fee, no appraisal fee, no title fee, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. So What'd Your Grandma Think intro is still a wonderful treat every time I hear it, Jackson.
It never loses. It's just
Who put that? Did you put that together?
I put like all the drops together, but our wonderful production team here actually made it happen.
Well, they did a hell of a job, is what I say.
Yeah.
What do we have from So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Probably the George Washington on the So What'd Your Grandma Think Mount Rushmore, John Tortorella.
Doug, you're a big Torts guy.
Yeah.
He'd be way up there with like Popovich and Belichick, Saban, I would say. That's probably a pretty solid Mount Rushmore. But Tortorella, I can't pronounce the player's name who was talking about, but it doesn't really matter. They didn't like their ice time, and the media was asking a bunch of questions about it. Tortorella was like, you don't have all the answers. Here's the audio.
Okay, I'd love to hear it.
You've talked a lot about Matt Day having learning experiences. In the first there, it looked like after the goal, you kind of sat him down for the rest of the situations happen. How is it hard for you to do that, and especially with him being so young, or is it just one of those moments that it's very easy to do?
No, it's part of the process.
You had mentioned a few weeks ago when I believe you sat him for the rest of the game, and you had said that in retrospect you would have
just let me tell you guys something, okay? There are a number of things that come into play, not one specific play, okay? And you are at a disadvantage because I'm not going to give you information. It's not always the play on the ice that I'm trying to teach. So use that as a context before you start all your bullshit. There's so many things that go on, and with me trying to develop that player, and I'm going to continue to do it the way I think it should be done, but don't just look at the play. And again, I need to show you the respect that I'm not going to give you that information, and you don't realize that. So don't make a bigger deal out of it than you think you need to.
Okay.
Torts.
Would have been
Always
nice to get the
pleasant.
mic a little closer to his mouth. But, it's fine. It's good. Good soundbite. I enjoyed it.
Jackson was on the high of So What'd Your Grandma Think intro, and then Doug hammers him with the mic not being.
I'm not in. Where's he, Coach? Philly?
In one of those clubs up there.
I'm not there with the mic, or else, yes, I would have. I would have been out there. Both channels, right? You want both channels?
Well, you get the mic closer to the guy speaking. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
And you also got to get the mic flag in there.
Of course. Sure.
That's what we were told growing up. Get the mic flag in there. And so I can't remember. I feel like there is either a meme or GIF of somebody locally, maybe one of the listeners will text it in, 314-399-9646, where somebody takes their hand and shoves the microphone down because somebody...
Oh, yeah.
Brooks Perriott. Doug, you remember Brooks Perriott? He would KFNS back in the day. That was his signature move. Get the KFNS mic flag way up there. And I feel like there was an athlete in town who took it. It was Steen, wasn't Steen?
He used
and he
to
just
do that all the time.
calmly lowered it down.
That is aggressive. I mean, you got like 100 mics right in your face, and they have to have the flag on there.
Microphone technology has so far to go. Why we still have to stick a mic 2 inches away from a guy talking to get good sound, I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems like you ought to be able to do that from a distance. The new iPhones are pretty good about picking up pretty good sound on video.
Well, now people use for like podcasts and social media posts like these tiny little handheld.
Yeah.
What do they call them? Gerbil mics?
Yeah, but they're like lavs, but you use them as like a normal mic. You like hold it with your hand.
So like when you're spitting a take on TikTok, Jackson doesn't like though when somebody pops up and there's a video in the background, but it says a guy's head. It drives Jackson up the wall. What do you say you know is about to happen when you see that?
Some BS. Because they're gonna give you context on a situation. It's literally the social media.
You talking about like KFC's Minuteman thing? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Doug, KFC's Minuteman. You enjoy the mashed potatoes, the slaw. What else do you enjoy? Extra crispy, but you take the skin off.
Original recipe, but you take the skin off of it. Yeah,
I'm the communist.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those type of videos, out. But yeah, that is they're like lavalier mics that you just hold with your hand, but they're always overmodulated every single time.
Oh, is that right?
Mostly, yeah. Well, and I don't blame people because it's usually like man on the street stuff, like I was doing with Chairman Kurt in Vegas when we asked about water sports and such.
I think I told you this once. Somebody came through Channel 4 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, trying to sell us new microphones. They said these are so powerful. I guess they were used by law enforcement to zoom in on certain conversations a distance away. Said you could sit in the press box with this microphone and aim it to the pitcher's mound and hear what the manager was talking with the pitcher about.
No way.
Said the audio would be that good. And they said they're trying to sell it to TV stations, and the stations thought, well, we're going to get in trouble with that because there's things we're not supposed to hear. We're going to air it. We're going to get sued, and it was expensive, so they never They never bought it. But,
wow.
But
I'd never
Is that
heard
possible?
to
have a microphone like we're
that
talking
powerful?
300 feet away?
Oh, I'm sure they're out there. It's just a matter if you want to pay for it.
And it can
There's
pick
listening
up,
devices that can pick up things from long distances.
Well, wouldn't you have to mic up the pitcher?
Now, with this thing, the guy was saying you could just sit there and aim it to where you wanted to hear it, and it would zoom way in and get audio that clear from that distance.
This guy sounds
It'd be
like
pretty neat to have. But I'm wondering if they had that then, why don't they have like a lesser version of it now?
Because I don't
where
think
when you're standing in the locker room with 10 other reporters, everyone can't just hold something calmly by their person and still get good audio. But they can't. The mics are still right in the face.
Then that guy was trying to swindle you.
I don't think so.
But then why don't I've never seen that microphone like that technology ever. So wouldn't someone have
they
bought
have
it?
better mics on like NFL games. You see guys on the
like
sidelines.
that big looking looks like a
They
like
can
a
get
UFO.
it, but in those cases, they're afraid the guys are going to start cussing.
For sure.
And then they get sued for that.
Because somebody has to explain it to their kids.
Right.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't mean to just kill the conversation completely with that little microphone story.
I got to tell you, this is just a little something. This is a little behind the scenes. Doug, you like in the weeds. Usually I save this for QFTA.
Okay.
When we have those moments of silence, I'm never going to be the one to break them.
No.
I enjoy them. It's like a Jim Rome take. Did you listen to Jim Rome back in the day?
Yeah.
You'd be like, because he was usually on AM radio.
It's a great
and you'd
take.
get
It's a lot.
crackling.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would talk, and then he would have this dramatic pause, and then I'd be like, oh, crap, something happened on my radio. And then, no, that was just the dramatic pause
You're supposed
for
to
effect.
think about what they just said.
Exactly right.
That is a take. It's a strong take. It's one of the best takes ever.
See?
Mm-hmm.
We need a band.
Maybe we should try that more often. We'll deliver a hot take, and then we won't say anything afterwards.
Here's a hot take from the MLS. This is one of Jackson's links, and I am intrigued by this story. And I'll be curious where you come in on it, and many of the Doggies fans who are out there going, hey, look at us. We're the Doggies, and nobody can score on us. MLS has entered year 3 of its media rights agreement with Apple. Now, I enjoy the Apple Pass, but I know that I am in the minority on that. I pay for it every year. I like knowing I click a button and there the Doggies are. Sunday night, 6 p.m. in Los Angeles, I can watch the Doggies. I don't have to go, okay, here we go. It's there. I can count it. It's easy to get to my phone, the whole thing. But I know it's not really popular. Beginning this season, Apple and MLS have taken numerous steps to address the concerns. The league has introduced a Sunday night soccer match window that is available in front of the MLS Season Pass paywall and designed to highlight the league's best teams. Fans can also find games in their DirecTV and Xfinity channel lineups, though will still need to pay for a Season Pass subscription to access games that way. T-Mobile customers are able to access Season Pass for free, a promotion the league also ran in its first season on Apple TV. And finally, the Apple TV app is available to Android mobile users. However, these are small steps when looking at the big picture issues for the league. MLS has minimal presence on linear television, limited to just 34 matches between Fox and FS1. Worse yet, only 2 of those matches featured the league's biggest star, Lionel Messi, as Apple wants to have the international superstar to themselves. The reality is, if someone wants to follow MLS like they would any other professional league, they will need to purchase MLS Season Pass for $99. And even then, they'll have to open up the Apple TV app in order to find the games. And that presents a huge challenge for a league that's still in growth mode. And for some executives who participated in an anonymous survey conducted by The Athletic, one general manager of a franchise told The Athletic the following. How about this? They have to end the deal with Apple. It is bad for the fans. And then another GM said, I think we have to be on more linear outlets. We have to be on ABC, NBC, Fox more regularly, because I think a lot more people watched our games when we were in that space. I think Apple and the whole streaming thing is really innovative, and it's probably where things will be going, but I don't think that MLS is the leader of that. I don't think enough has been put behind the subscription model. You're a different league when you're a subscription-based league. I don't think the effort has been put in like it should be. So executives with MLS franchises would like to see MLS bail from that Apple TV deal. Jackson, what is your perspective as a member of the Youngs? This guy, Doug, he is 26 years old for another 2 days.
Okay.
I like what you were saying, that like if I want to watch an MLS game, I know exactly where it is. I know that I won't have any issues signing in. Like I'm already signed into Apple TV because I'm on there often, and it's super easy. But I guess my question is, like, what is MLS's goal? Like, create a really solid base of people who love the streaming option, and usually younger, or continue to try to grow. If that's the case, then linear is absolutely the play. But that's probably going to yield you less. I don't know. I don't have their particulars in front of me.
No.
I know you do, Doug.
I do not have their particulars. But I think a league has more credibility when they're on the networks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you can get them on ESPN or one of the over-the-air networks, it certainly helps the credibility of this is big-time stuff.
Yeah.
When you have to go searching for it, for me, if it's a big game in any sport, if it's a big game, I'll go searching for it and I'll curse my remote control and get mad and 20 minutes later find the game. But if it's a regular, just another game in the schedule, I give up.
Yeah.
I said, all right, if you don't want me to watch it, I won't watch it.
This is a damning quote from another general manager. The reason why people don't watch MLS now is as simple as you can watch anything all over the world. You can watch American football, soccer. The amount of hours to dedicate a weekend to watching something, you can choose one of hundreds of things to watch. If you want basketball, no offense to MLS, but are you going to watch the Serbian League? You're not. You're going to watch the best product. The point being of that executive that if you're going, you can watch soccer anywhere all over the world, and the best leagues are not in the United States. And so therefore, for example, if you were a basketball fan, you're going to watch the NBA. You're not going to watch the Serbian League. And if you're a soccer fan, his point would be you're going to take your pick of whatever. I guess EPL would be the obvious one, but another league overseas. And so if you are making it difficult for American soccer fans to watch and then they have to pay, you are creating another obstacle to something that is already a difficult conversion.
I don't know that I agree with this fellow, and I'm going to pause for effect.
Okay.
I don't agree with him.
Could have paused longer.
Okay.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
If you're a St. Louis City fan, you go to the game, they sell out every game because this is your team. You might realize that there's a better team playing in France or Germany, but who cares? This is our team. This is the major league in our country, so that's what you get behind. You'd have to be a real soccer purist to say, oh, they're not quite as good in the MLS as they are in Europe. Oh, well, okay, this is our team. This is the one that plays down the street. This is the only one I'm concerned about. I don't care if they're better in Europe.
Right, but for a casual soccer fan, they're much more likely to watch one of the many incredible European leagues than they are the MLS. If you have a team in the MLS, yeah, for sure, you're watching your club. But if you're a casual soccer fan, more than likely you're going to be watching, Real Madrid.
Maybe because it's easier to watch because they are on the networks.
But it's also weird time difference. It's usually in the morning.
But who wakes up thinking, gosh, I sure hope Madrid wins today?
Degenerate gamblers.
Could care less.
And producer Joe.
And he has a landing strip.
Thank you.
There's so many teams in the MLS now. They cover most of the country.
Australia and Canada, too.
There's not very many parts of the country that doesn't have a team.
Right.
As a casual soccer fan, I don't care about the Euros. I do make a point to watch city games and go to a few each year. That's from Angry Dan.
Yeah, that's my point.
Doug, if you keep talking out of your ass, I'm going to have to eat. Nope.
No, you might want to cut that one.
Let's see. I would rather watch paint dry over soccer. Any soccer conversation immediately then leads
you get the polarization.
Would be interesting to see if ESPN wants in on MLS, especially for Sunday nights to replace MLB after this year. That's from Mailman Rob.
That's interesting.
Exactly. Their product stinks. That's from the 314. Sounds like the same issue as MLB, but without the regional sports option. That's from the 636. I've never watched one city game on TV, nor have I ever attended a game. That's from Eric, and he's in the Central West End.
I don't think the product stinks. I mean, when you go to watch your team, whether that's a high school team or college team, if that's your team, that's your team, and it doesn't matter what else is going on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
When I watch St. Louis City play, I don't notice, oh man, some guy in Germany would have made a better pass there. I could care less.
Roman Burkett played in Germany.
That's my team, and so that's who I'm rooting for.
He was in Bundesliga.
Yeah, he played
Second
for Borussia Dortmund.
Okay.
The yellow wall.
What angers me more is when I went to look for the St. Louis City schedule, I couldn't find it. You know what it was listed under? Fixtures.
That's right.
All hell's about to break loose. Chairman
fixtures.
Kurt, all hell's about to break loose.
I don't want it called fixtures.
Well, they're trying to become top of the table.
It's the schedule.
They should be top of the table. They're not going to give up a goal all year.
Yeah, no. Not going to concede.
To have clean sheets?
They're not going to concede a goal. Oh, God, I hope they don't concede. That's what they always say.
I don't know why we have to have an entirely different vernacular for it. But I do know that when I watch, the guys look very good to me. I don't say, gosh, these guys are terrible. What a lousy product.
Yeah, I think that and there's only a handful, but the American stars don't play in the MLS. I think that actually hurts the league more than anything.
Doesn't bother me at all.
Really?
No.
All right. Fair enough.
How many of the top Americans aren't playing in the MLS?
Almost all of them.
But how many is that? A handful?
20.
Okay. But most of us don't know who those guys are anyway.
Why do you hate Weston McKinney?
Yeah,
it does seem
Christian
like
Pulisic.
Because he's a cockleburr in my saddle.
Nice.
Timothy Weah.
I don't know any of these guys, so therefore I don't know what I'm missing, so I don't care.
Mr. America over here.
I don't care. Yes, we are Mr. America when it comes to soccer. We have a team. That's who I'm going to root for, and I don't care if there's somebody better in Austria. I could care less.
What about Hungary?
Probably players there, too, that are better. Don't care.
Wow.
If this product is good, and most people seem to think it's pretty good, that's enough. That's good enough for me.
It's entertaining, but Doug, it's way inferior skill level. That's from Pele Blanco.
Okay, sure. And you
That's
can
from
tell.
today.
Okay.
I mean, you can't tell.
Way superior. Okay, maybe.
It's not a shot. It's just where the state of the
Well, then
sport
why do
is
you
at.
watch college basketball when you could watch the NBA?
Because those guys are eventually going to play in the NBA.
No, most of them aren't.
A lot of them will.
No, not many of them will. Not many.
Well, because of the atmosphere and the energy. And
okay,
I have a team.
but there's better players.
For sure.
Okay.
I like both. I'm not saying I'm not trying to cast a wide net here. I'm saying why someone might.
Totally agree with Doug. Speak it, sir, Doug. You got knighted?
I should be.
I agree with that. Doug should be knighted. All right, we got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Buck Swope still without a win this month. You got to know he's about to break through. This guy has never been shut out. He's so dangerous, and I feel like he's the kind of guy you don't want to put him in a corner because he's going to come out and he's going to be swinging. So that is coming your way on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour from 11 to 2. The Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then the Southern Conference Championship tonight, that tips off at 6 p.m. And then you start talking about a lot of college basketball over the next few days, Doug. Games galore, nonstop, all starting tomorrow afternoon. 24 men's college hoops games tomorrow. 4 tournament bids on the line.
Well, that was well delivered.
Thank you. Thank you for the delicious take.
The only thing better than that would be to have an account with Stiefel. Stiefel is our new sponsor of the dossier and the new sponsor to this show, and it's great to have him. A lot of people know the name Stiefel. They should. It's been around St. Louis since 1890 now. Headquartered on the same street today as they were in 1890. Different building. Really nice building now. Great building. The best building. Everyone agrees it's the best building. Stiefel is proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stiefel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stiefel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stiefel and TMA, that's where success meets success. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stiefel Charity Classic now. They sponsor the Stiefel Theater, and Stiefel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. Stiefel, read it fast, it says. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. I can't read it any faster than that.
Ron reads whatever in the teleprompter.
It said, read it fast. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Nice. I mean, you got the disclaimer in there. You did,
okay.
You did the job. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You can still get your entry in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season's here, and what better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows during Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale. You can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4, you only pay for 2. Need 20, you only pay for 10. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here's something that will make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. For the last windows you will ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, Cardinal lineup. Lars Nootbaar in center. Wilson Contreras at first.
Okay.
Who do you think's hitting third?
Oh, brother. Can I have initials?
God, really? IH.
IH. Isaiah Harris? When did they get him?
Isaiah Hardenstein.
When did they get him?
Oklahoma State Thunder.
Von Herrera.
Oh, sure.
Will be playing catcher and batting third. Arenado's cleanup at third. Kaperniak in right. Fermin at second, hitting sixth. Friend show. J.J. Weatherholt batting seventh.
Okay.
Short. Jose Barrero in left, and Ryan Vilade in DH, and Eric Fetty on the mound showcasing his wares for the New York Yankees. Showcasing his wares?
His wares.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
No offense, Mr. Fetty.
You Mr. Fetty'd him.
Oh, just try to be respectful.
I don't think Ed Herman was talking about DJ LeMahieu. I don't think the Cardinals would have any interest at all in DJ LeMahieu. They would have 5 years ago. But the last thing they need is another guy who can play first base or second base.
Agreed.
I mean, they're loaded up there, and he's 36 years old.
Yeah, I think they would rather not get somebody in return.
Yeah.
But the issue with the deal, I think, his premise is the Yankees aren't going to trade him unless the Cardinals take one of their bad deals.
Right.
You know, so if LeMahieu just wants to hang out and play golf this summer,
Yeah.
the Cardinals might be more interested than if he wants to play. You know.
Pretty good golf courses around here.
Oh, why don't you give your
Rushmore? St. Louis log.
Listen to this guy.
Don't just say log.
Yeah, log. He just says log.
Boone. Yeah.
That's the Mount Rushmore?
Yeah,
The hardest one of them all would be Belle Reve.
O-Dub can get really hard.
Don't say O-Dub.
Hey, Tim, if Swope doesn't win, you're going to get some angry texts this evening when you're spending quality time with your family. That's some big tough feeling like Buck Swope might come after me if he doesn't win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
He's due for a win.
I think this is his time. All right, we'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. West Coast Conference Championship tonight. Tip-off at 8 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 415 five-star reviews for James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He's been my insurance agent for 6 years, and I welcome you to make the call to see if he can save you money. That's James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day.
Okay.
Ow! Happy Tuesday, lads. When the temperature hits the 50s and 60s, the park steaks and sex parties start to sizzle. Unfortunately, when we turtle head into the 70s, we start to see the jogger pants appear. Whether it was the fish fry, the driving range, or the youth soccer games, these elastic-loving weirdos are out in full force. Let's time travel back 30 years. These joggers are the same as the matching cotton sweatsuits in ridiculous color that every kid in America owned in the 80s and 90s. Nowadays, they're being passed off as the hottest fashion trend. Believe me, there's nothing trendy about Jimbo from Jeffco wearing pants that make it look like he's pressing 2 pork shoulders out the legs of his pant.
Pork shoulders?
Then you get the Kirkwood hockey dad that pulls up the elastic even more to show his calf implants and newest pair of Hey Dudes. These pants are for women. End of story. Doug, it's my cousin Vinny, and he's not happy with the pants in the community.
My cousin Vinny.
Well, I'm in the doghouse again. My wife bought a fancy new laundry hamper with separate compartments for darks, lights, and colors. She got all ticked off when I put my white undies in with the colors. I thought it was appropriate since my briefs are heavily soiled.
Oh.
With brown, yellow, and red stains?
Oh, red?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's tough.
To make matters worse, I recently took my family out for a nice supper. Our waiter was Greg, a beefy gentleman with a cute little goiter near his Adam's apple, which made my loins tingle. He asked, "Do you need any condiments for your meal?" He was talking about catsup and the like, but I thought he said condoms. Imagine the horror on my family's face when I said, "Greg, if you kiss me on the neck real soft, I won't make you wear any protection." Needless to say...
You sleep with the switches there, Doug?
Needless to say, we finished our food in silence. Despite that uncomfortable car ride home, my experience still wasn't as embarrassing as the time a radio producer on the Blues flagship station forgot to take his meds and thought Garth Butcher's name was actually Garth Butler. Now that's embarrassing. It's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
It's true. I have yet to win an email this month. You fire pucks on net, and sometimes you just get beat by a better email written by a man pretending to be a woman. Demanding y'all get matching needlepoint cummerbunds featuring a famous jewelry store slogan with the word cuckold substituted for diamond. Side note, for any risque custom needlepoint needs, holla at the ladies at the Needlepoint Clubhouse on Manchester. Doug, is there a live read we didn't hear?
That sounds
and
like
not the guy pretending to be a bad girl who is testing things. So, can Libby Jack, Virgin Adderall dog hater, finally weigh in on Best in Show, starring his all-time favorite actress based on one scene? From Dazed and Confused, that being Parker Posey. I sent him the DVD in October, but never got his good or bad review. If he somehow still has not watched it yet, I assume he'll watch it this week now that it's been covered on Bill Simmons' Rewatchables podcast, just like the Blues Brothers, Rollerball, and The Firm, featuring Horny Hackman. This email is sponsored by the South Dakota Department of Tourism. Fly to one of the regional airports and visit Mount Rushmore. Rapid City is just 30 minutes away, but if you want to fly to Sioux Falls with Libby Jack, then you can drive another 5 hours. Mm-hmm. You too can confirm whether or not Teddy Roosevelt is on there. Doug, not knowing that, is on my Mount Rushmore of TMA dumb, along with Iggy being confused about the U.S. Senator term lengths and wondering why midterms weren't every 3 years. Plowsy asking where the nearest polling place was on Election Day, not realizing you have to vote in the county in which you are registered. And Libby Jack not knowing Reba McEntire's an American. Doug, that's Buck Swope, and that's what we have. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
I kind of like the JV golf coach today. I'm going to go JV.
Oof, I liked my cousin Vinny.
JV golf coach.
JV Golf Coach is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. If you get Mentality, you're winning. Mentality, if you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, feeling anxious, moody, irritable, those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's Mentality, which focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Here's what you can do this year. Stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's new year is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. We got to go. Bye.